afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
You are presented today by the name Mogire Osoro Eric. I'm going to take you through paper 1. I want to show you the areas that you normally make mistakes when it comes to answering the questions. And I hope that at the end of all this session, we're going to benefit as a group. And as we get out of this session, we'll be able to improve your grades by several points, isn't it?
Yes.
So let's interact together today so that we become better students moving forward. That is the brief introduction of myself. Let me go to the content itself. Agriculture is a technical subject. It's an art and it's a science at the same time. We all know that, and it has to follow a specific format. And this agriculture has been divided into topics. We have the paper 1 topics, and we have the paper 2 topics. And in paper 3, we have a project. A project is usually what we do in our school, within our school. And all the agriculture teachers are examiners when it comes to the project, because we are the ones who mark and award the marks based on what you have done in the field. That is paper 3. Paper 2 deals with livestock production. Another teacher will be able to cover that tomorrow. So I'm here for paper 1. Now, paper 1, we have the paper divided into sections. We have section A, we have section B, and we have section C. Section A comprises of 30 marks. Section B carries 20 marks, and section C has got 40 marks. Now, in section A, we have questions which are very simple. They require you to recall what you have learned in class so that you answer. They are very simple, as the name suggests. So in most cases, we have some half marks there allocated, and they are structured. They are structured short answer questions whereby you can find some of the questions such as defining, definitions. You are likely to find them in section A. Now, when you give the correct response, you score a half a mark in each response. So that is why you realize that you have a given question, and the question is given 4 marks. Maybe you have been asked, give 2 reasons why agriculture is referred to as an art. You are given 2 reasons, you are given 1 mark. So each point carries how many marks? A half, a half. So sometimes the marks that has been allocated in each question can guide you to know the number of points that you are supposed to write. Are we together?
Yes.
Am I clear?
Yes.
Good. Let's continue. In section A, all the questions are drawn or covered from all the syllabus. You cannot only revise from 1 work and forget from 2 work, from 3 work, from 4. You read everything. The section A comes from all the topics, the paper 1 topics, in all the classes, in all the forms. That is from 1, from 2, from 3, and from 4. So don't be reading from 1 work, leaving from 2, that the examiner will not be able to test the other topics. So read across all the forms. Across all the forms, so that you will be able to be on the safe side. Then we have section B. Section B comprises of practical oriented questions. You have to be practical. And in section B, the questions are structured, and later on I'm going to give out examples of the same. They require an interpretation and analysis or a given procedure. For instance, in section B, you get diagrams or even photographs. So as a student, it's very prudent for you to go through all the diagrams in the textbook. Form 1, all the diagrams. Form 2, all the diagrams. Form 3, the same, and Form 4, the same. All the diagrams, because an examiner has got a tendency of lifting the diagram the way it is in the textbook and pasting it on the exam paper. So as a student, as a good student who is ready to pass, allocate some of your time to go through all the diagrams. And if you be able to name or go through all the diagrams, the 20 marks will be yours in section B, just going through all the diagrams. So anytime that you are free, anytime that you feel like allocate some time going through the diagrams. Are we together? Through the diagrams, you'll become a better student at the end of this session. And I said that we have the diagrams or even the photographs. Very, very important. In section B, we have questions on data. And data here, we have the fertilizer rates. You can be asked to get we have the fertilizer, the calculations on fertilizers. We have the demand and supply schedules and even graphs, whereby you have a graph on demand, supply. You can be asked of the equilibrium. So that is graphs can be in section B. And these graphs are very, very important. And later on, we'll be able to see how the marks are awarded on each graph. Now we go to questions such as routine practices in crop production, such as staking and pruning. Those are very important field practices when it comes to field crops. Take an example of a tomato. You have to carry out staking. So there's a diagram there in book 2 KLB. You'll be able to see some of the questions that can be set from staking. There are so many questions, the reasons, starting from the reasons, starting from the stick, the parts used. You can have a string trying there, the stick, and so on. So it's not a matter of just having a look at the diagram. Are we together? As you look into that particular diagram, are you able to name those parts, the parts contained in those diagrams? Because questions can be drawn from the diagrams. Am I clear? Yes. So it's not a matter of going through the diagrams. Go through them and assess, internalize the diagram and see the possible questions that can be set from the given diagrams. Then we have pruning. We have pruning as a field practice. Now, let me go to section C. Section C carries 40 marks. 40 marks. And in section C, we have 3 questions that have been given to candidates, and they are supposed to choose only 2 questions. Out of the 3, you choose only 2 questions. So what happens if you do all the 3 questions? We'll be able to see that, because some students can go ahead and do the 3 questions, and the instructions are saying that choose 2 questions. So the most important thing here, even before you start doing the exam, read through the instructions. Very, very important. Don't begin any exam, other exams without going through the instructions, because if you do maybe 3 questions, you might be wasting your time. The examiner will go for only the first 2, because the instructions are very clear that 2 questions. So be very clear on that. They are essentially essay type questions that require elaborate answers. So they are essays. They are essays, and later on, will be able to see how, as a student, you can answer the questions. So the answers need to be put in prose, not to be put in prose form. You don't have to use paragraphs in section C. That is why we say that your answer should be, they should be clear and precise to the examiner. So later on, we'll see when it comes to answering the questions in section C, but a point of note is that you cannot be penalized by using the bullets. Are we together? You don't have to use paragraphs, so many paragraphs, because you might contradict even yourself. Many paragraphs brings about contradiction. You'll contradict yourself, and if you contradict yourself, the answer will become irrelevant. The answer will become irrelevant. So in section C, the number of responses are limited at times. As far as we say that in section C, we are talking about essays. In these essays, you cannot write everything. We have some responses that limit us the number of points to write. So for example, in section C, you can find a question asking you on explain 5 roles of trees in soil and water conservation. That is just an example in section C. Explain 5 roles of trees in soil and water conservation. So how many points have we been, responses have we been restricted to? 5. We have been restricted to only 5 points. So what happens if you write 6 points, 7 points, or even 10? The 6th point going downwards will not be marked. They might be correct points. Are we together? They might be correct points. But what is marked, follow instructions. Explain 5 roles. So as a good student, you start with the strongest points, isn't it? The first 5 should be strongest points, so that when you go beyond the 50 point, you'll miss the marks. Because the question here, this is a closed-ended question, isn't it? It's not open. It's not giving us many options for us to give as many points as possible. So in section C, you can be restricted to the number of responses that you can give. So you might be having some rough work in your booklet, in your answer book. If the work is not meant for the examiner, cancel it. If you don't cancel, it will be assumed that that is the real work that you are presenting. So have or develop a habit of canceling any rough work that you are including in your scripts. Now in section C, again, in control of the pastes, if not sure of the type of the paste, talk of use of appropriate pesticide. In section C, I'm just at the preliminaries. So if you are controlling a given pest and you don't know the name of the pesticide, include the term appropriate pesticide. The examiner will assume that you know the name of the pesticide. For instance, if you have been asked to control maybe cutworm, we know cutworms attack cabbages. Now, you've been asked, give one method of control, one way of controlling a cutworm in a vegetable or in a in a cabbage field, and you write use of pesticides. Is that an answer? Use of pesticides. That is being general. So it's either you know the name of the pesticide. Am I communicating?
Yes.
Or you include the term appropriate pesticide. Use of appropriate pesticide. The examiner will know that you know what you are talking about. But if you say that use of pesticides, use of herbicides, that is wrong. Include the term appropriate. When you include appropriate, be it the herbicides, be it the pesticides, be it the fungicides, then you are addressing using the appropriate language. So if it comes to financial statements, there are no conventional sides so long as the two sides are in set of balance. Take an example of a balance sheet. Take an example of a cash book. Take an example of profit and loss account. We'll be able to address that as we move on. Now, maybe we are not aware of the topics that we expect in paper 1. And these are the topics that as a candidate, as you prepare to do an exam on paper 1, you must read. It's a must for us to prepare in those topics in paper 1. General introduction to agriculture. That is a paper 1 topic. So as you prepare, go through the topic. And we are very aware that most of the students ignore this topic. This topic was taught when you are in Form 1, when you are just joining. So because the journey has been very long, you might favor some maybe accounting topics in Form 4, the field practices 2 in Form 3, and forget or omit the Form 1 topics. That is the very first topic in Form 1, General Introduction to Agriculture. This topic, questions never miss. There was a question on paper 1, if it's not last year, the other year, the roles of agriculture to the economy. The answers are found within the first 5 pages in Form 1. But many students failed because they ignored. So don't ignore reading any of those topics. So don't omit revising any of those topics. We have another topic, factors influencing agriculture, in Form 1. Factors influencing agriculture in Form 1. You know of all those factors, starting from the biotic, the climatic, the human factors, and so on. So go through those details. Crop production 1, in Form 1, land preparation. We specifically deal with land preparation, preparing the land, reasons for early land preparation, the tools used for primary cultivation, secondary cultivation. We have their minimum tillage and so on. We have crop production 2, planting. That is Form 2 topic. And before I continue, agriculture has been divided into, paper 1 has been divided into agricultural economics, topics on economics and the crop production. Are we together? We have crop production topics, which I'm going through, and we have agricultural economics, whereby we have basic concepts of economics in Form 1. We have agricultural economics 2 in Form 3, that is land tenure and reforms. We have agricultural economics 3, that is production economics, and so on. Also, we have soil and water conservation as a paper 1 topic. So as you have always heard of people saying that you know, agriculture has been divided into two, crops and livestock, isn't it? Crops and livestock. So let's not forget that we have soil and water conservation there. We have weeds and weed control. And we have water supply, irrigation and drainage, and we have soil fertility 1 and 2. Now, I think I've addressed up to crop production to planting. And in planting, that is a Form 2 topic also, whereby we speak of seeds as planting materials. We speak of vegetative materials, the examples of the vegetative materials, and so on. We have crop production 3, whereby we talk about nursery practices. We have crop production 4, field practices, whereby we talk about crop rotation and so on. We have, under nursery practices, we talk about nurseries, the types of nurseries, the raised, the sunken, and so on. And we have crop production 5, that is vegetables. We talk about tomatoes, we talk about cabbages, onions, carrots, and so on. We have crop production 6, field practices 2. And in field practices 2, we are addressing field crops such as millet, that is the finger millet. We have the sorghum, we have the maize, and what else? Beans, isn't it? Beans also fall under the category of field practices, field practices. Now, we have another topic that is normally neglected and it's forgotten by most students: water supply, irrigation, and drainage. It's a very, it's not a complex topic, but we normally have questions from the topic, and it's been found that most of us do not score. So as we read, let's not forget the topic, water supply, irrigation, and drainage. And actually in that topic, we have pollution. There's a scanty of information as far as pollution is concerned in the topic. Because in that topic, that is where we have pollution, the causes of pollution, isn't it? We have the causes of pollution. There's and how to control the soil pollution. Actually, we have the soil pollution, isn't it? So that is where we have the control measures of soil pollution and the causes of soil pollution. So as we go through the topic, let's make sure that we don't forget the pollution. Very, very important. Then we have soil fertility. Under soil fertility, we have soil fertility 1 that is learned in Form 1, and we have soil fertility 2 that is learned in Form 2. Soil fertility 1 addresses organic manures, green manure, farmyard manure, and which one? Compost manure. Then we have soil fertility 2 that addresses inorganic fertilizers, whereby we have the nitrogenous fertilizers, we have the phosphatic fertilizers, and we have the potassic fertilizers. They are synthesized from chemicals, isn't it? That is why the name inorganic fertilizers, that is soil fertility 2. Soil fertility 1, organic manures, they are made up from plants and animal remains. So let's not forget the topics. We have agricultural economics, the basic concepts of economics, whereby we learn about scarcity, opportunity cost, preference, and choice. We have agricultural economics 2 in Form 3, where we learn about land tenure and reforms, the collective, land tenure and the individual, and so on, and even the reforms that took place then. We have production economics as agricultural economics 3. Production economics, we talk about, we can talk about the costs, isn't it? We can talk about the laws. We can talk about the zones of production and all that. We have farm accounts, whereby we can talk of the balance sheet, we can talk of the cash book, we can talk of the profit and loss account, and so on. So I'm perusing through the paper 1 topics, and as I go through, you may capture 1 point, isn't it? In fact, we are revising as we go through. So that is it. Then we have agricultural marketing and organizations, whereby we talk of the types of markets, we talk of the demand, we talk of the supply, and so on. We have agroforestry. This is the last topic in Form 4. Another topic that students don't give their time to revise. Agroforestry. We normally forget the topic. Don't ignore the topic. Let's internalize through the topic so that we be equipped before we meet the big task ahead of us. We have the forage crops. This is Form 3 about the pastures, the classifications, and so on. We have the soil and water conservation, whereby we talk of soil erosion, we talk of the water harvesting methods, and so on. We have the weeds and weed control. This is a Form 3 topic. So in short, or in summary, these are the topics that we expect in paper 1. As you revise, make sure that you have this topic somewhere to peruse through, to go through before you enter into your exam. Very, very important. Don't think that the examiner might forget to bring a paper 2 topic in paper 1. Are we together? Don't touch the paper 2 topics when you are revising paper 1. Otherwise, you'll be wasting your time. If you have an exam tomorrow for paper 1, agriculture paper 1 tomorrow at 8, for instance, these are the topics that you need to undergo through. Sawa sawa. Now, as far as we say that don't go through the paper 2 topics when you be having the paper 1 exam, bear in mind that we have those topics in paper 2 that in which concepts are borrowed from paper to be used in paper 1. We have the topics in paper 2 that should be used when it comes to answering the questions in paper 1. Are we together? So that is why we call them topics that overlap. We have topics in paper 2 that find their way in paper 1. Are we together?
Yes.
Good. Now, which are those topics? We have farm tools and equipment. Farm tools and equipment. And in farm tools and equipment, we have the tools that are used in crop production. Crop production. We have tools such as the spade. What is the role of the spade in crop production? What role or which use does a spade play when it comes to crop production? Spade. What about a rake? You can use a rake to level the land, isn't it? During land preparation. Now, you are seeing that land preparation is a topic in paper 1, isn't it? A rake is there used as a tool for land preparation, and a rake is found in paper 2, isn't it? So let's be aware of those topics that might overlap. We have a garden trowel, we have a shovel, a shovel is used for lifting of manure, isn't it? So maybe you have dug your planting holes and you need to do the planting. You use a shovel to put manure in those holes, isn't it? Now, a shovel is a tool that is found in paper 2. It's been employed in paper 1, isn't it? So those are some of the topics that, some of the tools that overlap. We have the garden trowel that we use when transplanting of young seedlings. So transplanting, maybe we want to transplant tomatoes, isn't it? You use a garden trowel when transplanting. A garden trowel is a tool, isn't it? That has been used in paper, in paper 1. And for this case, in transplanting, we have the machineries like subsoilers in the Form 4 topic. We have the subsoilers. And subsoilers are used for loosening the compacted soil, isn't it? Yes, we use them to loosen the compacted soil. So a subsoiler is a machine that has been used to loosen the compacted soil, isn't it? Yes, that is subsoiling, isn't it? Subsoiling, the process of loosening up the compacted soil. So a subsoiler has been used to loosen the compacted soil. A subsoiler is a machine and is a topic that is found in farm power and machinery. It's been used in subsoiling, which is found in paper 1. We have even the moldboard, the plows, isn't it? Plows. We have the moldboard plow and the ox plow and even the disc plow, isn't it? The plows are used to do what? They are used to do what? In preparing the land when they turn the furrow slicers, isn't it? Through their moldboards and through their discs. So those are they are topics found in farm power and machinery, and they've been used in land preparation. We have use of knives, especially when you are doing grafting. You have to use a very sharp knife to cut the rootstock, isn't it? To cut the rootstock and the scion before you do what? You fix them, before you join them. So a knife has been used, and a knife is a tool that is found in paper 2, isn't it? And that is farm tools and equipment. Now, another topic that might overlap, we have introduction to agriculture. And for this case, we have branches of agriculture. Branches of agriculture. Now, branches of agriculture, which ones are the main branches of agriculture? And for your information, we have 5 branches of agriculture. We have livestock production. Which one? Crop production, yes. Which one? Agricultural economics. Soil science, yes. And agricultural engineering. So the main points are the 4. Then the latest addition, soil science. So when asked, start with the main points. That is crop production, livestock production, agricultural economics, and agricultural engineering. Then if asked the 5, you include soil science. Are we together? You might know rules change anytime. Am I communicating? The rules are there to guide the examiner on what to do. So they might change anytime. So to be on the safe side, if you have been asked before, leave the soil science. If you have been asked before, add the soil science. Now, branches of agriculture. Are you seeing livestock production there as a branch? Where do we learn livestock production? Paper 1 or paper 2? Paper 2, isn't it? So a topic on paper 2 has been drafted into paper 1. whereby under livestock production, we can talk about sub-branches of livestock production. Which ones are they? We can talk about beekeeping, that is apiculture. We can talk about fish farming, that is aquaculture, isn't it? We can talk about mammalian livestock farming, and so on. So those are livestock, isn't it? And even poultry farming, poultry. We talk about chicken, we talk about ducks, turkeys, geese in paper 1, isn't it? As examples of livestock. So that is why I'm saying that we have topics which overlap. Farm records is another topic that overlaps. Now, in farm records, that is a topic that is found in paper. Which paper? Farm records is found in which topic? Agricultural Economics 1, isn't it? Now, in the farm records topic, which is found in Agricultural Economics 1, we have the types of records, isn't it? Which ones are they? We have the breeding records, isn't it? Breeding records, feeding records, health records, labor records, and which one? Field operation records, isn't it? Yes. Now you can see here, feeding records. What do you feed? Livestock, isn't it? And in this case, the livestock that you are feeding, you have to include some details, isn't it? About the diseases, their age, their maybe the diseases that attack those livestock. Those are things that we learn in paper 2, isn't it? They have found their way in paper 1. So far, are we together? Yes. Now we have the health records. We talk about the diseases. We talk about the drugs used, isn't it? We talk about the symptoms and so on. So that is it. Now we have another topic that may overlap with the paper 2 or paper 1, farm structures. Farm structures. For instance, here we have fences. You know the fences, isn't it? We have the types of fences. We have the dead fences and the live fences. Which are live fences? The ones which are planted, isn't it? So the ones which have got, the ones which are established from plants, isn't it? Now we have examples of those plants or the species, plant species used. We have the K.apple. I've seen the K.apple around our school. Is that a fence? That is a fence. It's a live fence, isn't it? Which has been made up of K.apple, isn't it? We have euphorbia and other species, isn't it? Even we have the Mauritius thorns. They are examples of live fences. Actually, those are plants, isn't it? So we have the plant species which are used as fences in paper 1, isn't it? Yes. And also we have the requirements of a maize granary. That is stores, isn't it? Stores. We have the traditional stores and we have the modern stores. And in this case, you have seen, we have a granary, which is an example of a traditional store, isn't it? A granary. Even pots are examples of traditional stores. Now, a granary, here, we are addressing the maize granary. The maize granary. So what is contained in the maize, in the granary? The maize, isn't it? So this granary stores maize. Therefore, the name maize granary, isn't it? Now, you are seeing here we are addressing maize, yet maize is found in which paper? Paper 1, and we are addressing granary, which is found in paper 2. Farm power and machinery, I've talked about it. Use of the harrows, the ridgers, the plows. So the harrows are used for harrowing, isn't it? Harrowing means secondary cultivation. Doing the cultivation for the second time after primary cultivation is what we call as harrowing. So we use the harrows, which are machines that break the clods that might have been left after doing primary cultivation. We have the common mistakes. So these are some of the things that you are penalized of. These are some of the writings that you do which deny you marks. You might be having the answers, you might have revised so well, but if you have mistakes when it comes to presenting your answers, everything will be wrong. You will not score. You have the answer, but the answer is full of mistakes. That is why I started by saying that you need to start by reading all the instructions and understanding them. And it means the instructions that I'm giving you and that my fellow teachers will give you, follow them to the letter so that you don't find yourself being penalized. Now, common mistakes. Why students fail to attain high grades? Grammatical errors. Grammar, to some extent, is marked in agriculture. Grammar. Agriculture is presented in which language or subject? English, isn't it? Yes. So grammar is very important. Grammar is very important. However, not fully, but grammar is marked, and I'll be able to address that as we progress. Poor time allocation due to poor attitude. Poor time allocation. As you do the exams, make sure that you allocate each question a given time or minutes, so that you don't dwell on one question for 10 minutes. Are we together? So if you have got maybe a given number of questions in section A, allocate a given number of minutes. Allocate a given number of minutes in each, as I'm waiting for you to settle down so that we continue. So far, so good. Yes. Now, let's continue. Each question should be allocated a given marks. So if a question is given 2 marks, or you have been asked to give 2 points, give 2 reasons why agriculture is referred to as an art. For instance, 1 mark. Don't spend 5 minutes there. Are we together? If you spend 5 minutes there, you'll be left with too little time to cover the other areas. So time is very important, and as candidates, make sure that you follow the clocks that you are given in your respective rooms, so that you plan yourself. Time is very conscious, so be time conscious as you do the paper 1. Spelling mistakes. Spelling can be penalized if the word that you have written means another word to bring a different meaning. Are we together? Yes. If you have given a given name that brings about another meaning, you'll be penalized. For example, if you give a word such as pond and a pod, pond and a pod, you wanted to say the bean pods, isn't it? The beans have got pods, isn't it? But you write bean ponds. In this case, the pond is what is a pond? Fish pond, isn't it? So you have brought in a different meaning, so you'll be penalized. If you meant liter or a photograph, if you meant topography, for instance, factors to consider when citing a nursery bed, isn't it? One of the factors is topography, isn't it? Topography. Then you write photography. It brings a different meaning, isn't it? But if the word do not bring a different meaning, you'll be awarded your mark. For that case, we'll mark the sound, isn't it? The sound, you can follow the sound. So spellings are very important, and spellings goes hand in hand with the grammatical errors. Grammatical errors goes hand in hand with spellings. Wrong presentation of an answer, presenting the answers wrongly. Maybe you are not clear, you are not precise, and I'll support that with the examples as we progress. Lack of specificity. You are too general, too general. You have to be specific. Bearing in mind that in agriculture, we have specific questions and general questions. There are those questions which are specific, and there are those questions which are general. I'll give more examples. Incomplete answers, and in this case, we have hanging statements. Incomplete or hanging statements. E.g., you wanted to say about an inventory, isn't it? We have two examples of inventories. Which ones are they? Pardon? Which ones? We have the permanent goods inventory, and we have the consumable goods inventory. So the answers are complete. But if you write consumable inventory and the permanent inventory, you have omitted some keywords there. Which are they? Goods. The statement is considered hanging, so you don't score. So you might celebrate as you finish your paper one outside there. I scored highly that paper. But when the results come, they come differently, and you ask yourself why. You presented your answers in the wrong way. You used the hanging statements. So as you prepare, note of those answers which need complete responses, so that you don't have the hanging statements. Like shifting cultivation, you go ahead and as a student you write shift cultivation. Shift cultivation. Is it the same as shifting cultivation? The hanging statement there is shift cultivation. It should be presented as shifting cultivation, isn't it? And it should be presented as a nomadic pastoralism as a method of farming, not pastoralism alone. Are we together? Not nomadism or nomadic farming alone. So those examples can guide you to know, and I'll give more examples as we move on. Splitting of answers leading to repetitions. We have too much literature. You write a lot of paragraphs in section C, which do not have the keywords that as examiners we are looking for. There are those keywords that we look for, and you have ended up writing a very long paragraph. Like you can be asked to consider the factors to consider when selecting a nursery bed, maybe. And because you have a lot of literature, you start by saying that the farmer goes to the shamba, to the farm. He or she selects the right place. That is literature. The answers are maybe the soil type, isn't it? The soil type. That is the answer. Start from there. Avoid too much literature. Near the water source. Avoid too much literature. That is being straight to the point. Wrong examples you can be penalized by giving wrong examples. Wrong examples can be make you to miss marks. Lack of proper technical language. Agriculture is a technical subject, so you need to present your answers in the right way, and that calls for all of us not to rush into just answering questions. You have to digest, you have to internalize so that you know what you are asked of before you rush in answering the questions. Lack of proper technical language, I've addressed that. Failure to keep attention in carrying out practicals, as this gives practical skills. Agriculture is a practical subject, and we have some of the practicals in agriculture that we normally don't engage. That is why, if you are very keen in each topic, there are those activities that students should do what? Should do. Have you ever seen such activities? At the end of every topic, there are those activities that maybe visiting the school farm. You have seen being advised to visit the school farm. So, for example, if we talk about grafting, we talk about layering, we talk about staking, we talk about which one? Propping. We talk about propping, yes, in bananas, isn't it? Supporting the bananas. You have to see the practicals. That is why sometimes before the corona, we used to have those visits to agricultural shows, isn't it? We used to visit the you know C.R.E, you know C.R.E, the research centers. Formerly, it was C.R.E, Kenya Agricultural Research Institutes. Nowadays, it's C.R.E, like in Machakos, we have one in Katumani. We have one in Katumani, and we have others all over the country. So when you visit those sites, you'll be able to see some of the practical skills that we are talking about, that is grafting, layering, and so on. So agriculture is a practical subject, and we expect us to be visiting farms so that we see some of the practical aspects, like the propping. You have to see the propping. You have to see how the banana has been propped, isn't it? Yes. So very, very important. The layering, you have to know the layering. You have to see how the layering is being conducted, since agriculture is a practical subject. We have unbalanced revision, whereby students do away with some topics. And when I was going through the paper one topics, I've already shown you some of the topics that we normally ignore. We have the introduction to agriculture, whereby like a year ago, we had a question on branches of livestock production, whereby we have the mammalian livestock farming, we have the poultry farming, we have the aquaculture, and we have the apiculture. So the introduction to agriculture is omitted sometimes as students because you ignore it. You leave it to the Form 1s. As candidates, let's not forget the Form 1 topics. And in fact, in most cases, as candidates, we don't do well in paper in Form 1 topics because we tend to ignore them. So when you do the unbalanced revision, you're likely to omit some topics. And when it comes to answering, you'll have problems. Another topic that I said sometimes you do ignore is irrigation, water supply, and drainage. And then we have agroforestry, the last topic in Form 4. Students do ignore such topics and they never miss in exams. So as you do your revision, you can even have a chart whereby you tick those topics to indicate the number of times that you have revised them. Something like a chart, so that you don't lean on a given topic too much as you leave the others. Very, very important. Am I clear?
Yes.
Good. Now, those are some of the common mistakes that deny you marks as students, and I'll be able to address each one of them as we move down, even though I've given scant information about them. Now, poor time allocation. How does poor time allocation deny the students marks? Have quality time to interact with the subject. Have quality time. With the subject. Agriculture is a technical subject that requires preparation. That is why some students do think that agriculture is an easy subject and they ignore it. So those paper 1 topics, go through them, give them some time so that you don't score poorly. So time allocation is very important. And when it comes to answering the questions, the marks will guide you, the number of responses that you give, and the marks will guide you how much time will take in that particular question, so that you don't waste a lot of time in one question. Maybe the question needs you to take there about 2 minutes. You end up spending there 10 minutes. Each question has been given the time that it should take. So I've already talked about the topics that we forget, the introduction to agriculture and some of the Form 2 topics like soil fertility 2. We don't give the soil fertility 2 a lot of time when it comes to revision. Grammatical mistakes. I mentioned the common mistakes. Now I'm addressing one by one mistake that students do make. So the grammatical mistakes become serious when they change the contextual meaning of the intended answer. The language of the exam in the paper is English, therefore practice English as much as possible. And we have seen students having developed a habit of using local language when addressing some questions, such as weeds. Yes, because maybe the question is being displayed there, and you realize that when you are revising, you omitted the topic on wheat. You have tried to remember the English name, you cannot remember because maybe of the pressure that is being there. The only name you can remember is your local name, isn't it? Or even the pronunciation of the teacher, isn't it? Yes. So this is what I wanted to address. If we write the local name, you are the one who knows the name. The examiners are drawn from all over the country, isn't it? Yes, so the person in charge of handling your marking your scripts might not be able to know the local language that you have used. Are we together? So for you to be on the safe side, you can use the scientific name if you remember. You can use the scientific name, but you have to follow the rules of binomial nomenclature, whereby the first name is the generic name, which starts with a capital letter, followed by the specific name, in which all letters are small, isn't it? Then what do you do? Is that all? You underline separately. When you do that, you can score. Like a blackjack. Blackjack, you know, all of us know a blackjack, isn't it? Instead of the word blackjack, you can use the scientific name of the word blackjack, which is the scientific name. I've chosen blackjack because it's a common weed. Biden's pilosa, isn't it? Now, but B starts with a capital letter, isn't it? Then the rest are very small, followed by the specific name, which is pilosa, which starts with a small letter. Then Biden should be underlined separately, and pilosa should be underlined separately. That is when you score. So that is the scientific name. So if you address the question as identify or name the weed, in section A, name the weed, we have Biden's pilosa. You follow the rules of binomial, you score your mark. Another one will address the question as blackjack. Will he score? He will score. But there you don't need underlining, isn't it? Because it's a common name. But if you address the weed in your local language, will you score? Because whoever is marking might not understand. Even if he knows, we don't do that. We don't mark. So I'm encouraging you, during your free time, or when you are revising agriculture, you allocate some time to read or to go through all the diagrams. You allocate some time to go through all the diagrams. And in fact, we rarely miss questions from weeds. We rarely miss questions from weeds. So what are you supposed to know when it comes to those weeds? I think I've addressed as we go down, but because I'm now addressing the weeds, I can as well address. Know the identity or the name of the weed, isn't it? Whereby we have said you can use the scientific name or the common name, but not the local name, isn't it? Yes. Know of the control of the methods of control of the weed. The methods of control of the weed. And when it comes to methods of control of the weed, don't be too general. You have to be specific because you can see the weed, isn't it? You can see the weed. Also, as far as the weeds are concerned, read about the reasons why maybe the named weed becomes difficult to control. Becomes difficult to do what? To control. Very, very important. And also the classification of the weed. It can be classified according to the growth habit. It can be classified according to what? According to life cycle, isn't it? Whereby it can be an annual, biannual, and so on. So classification is very important. Also, we have the broad-leaved weeds, isn't it? And the narrow-leaved weeds. And I addressed hanging statements. Like the classification of the weed is in such a way that it falls under broad-leaved weed. Then you write your answer as broad leaf weed. Broad-leaf weed. Another one addresses the answer as broad-leaved weed. The word there is broad-leaved weed. That is the classification. If you write broad-leaf weed, you'll not score. So that is grammatical mistakes, and I was addressing the issue of grammar, very important. And I gave you an example of confusing some of the terms. If you confuse a given term to bring a different meaning, you'll not get the marks, whereby I gave an example of a pod and a pond, isn't it? Liter and a liter. Liters, you know the liters, the capacity, isn't it? And we have the liter. Liter means offsprings, isn't it? Many, large liter, offsprings. So we have offsprings and we have the capacity. You intended to talk about maybe offsprings, isn't it? And here you have used liters, which is the capacity. That is penalized. You'll not score. Use of, we have the use of or, and. The use of or and. We are fond of, as students, using the terms or and. So let's see what happens when you use the terms. Now, stroke means the two answers are the same. Stroke, you know the stroke. Stroke. There's an example that I've given down there. Aerial, we have types of layering, isn't it? Whereby we have aerial layering or marcoting, isn't it? Which is practiced where the branches are too strong in such a way that you cannot bend them to reach where? The ground, isn't it? So that will include the text. So you take the soil onto the branch, you tie with a soil medium there, you wait, you scratch the back there, you wait for some roots to do what? To start developing, isn't it? After which you cut the stem and plant it where you want. Now, aerial layering, stroke marcoting layering, they are the same, isn't it? They are the same. So when you use stroke, you are addressing the same thing, isn't it? We have another layering such as compound layering, which is the same as is it serpentive or serpentine? Serpentine layering, isn't it? So they are the same thing. So what if you use aerial or marcoting layering? And it happens, what if you use aerial or marcoting layering? What will happen? Aerial or marcoting layering. When you use the word or, and I'm discouraging you from using the word or, you are gambling. You are not sure. You are waiting for the examiner to pick or select for you. And at this point, when the examiner is marking, he doesn't know the answers. You are the one to provide for him the answers. We are a blank when we are marking. So we don't have the answer. So when you write or, you are gambling. So chances are you might not score. You'll not score because you are gambling. You are gambling. And when you use the term, when you use the stroke, you might be addressing the same point. Let's say crop production into brackets, arable farming, isn't it? Crop production stroke arable farming. They mean the same thing. They are the same branches of agriculture. One, crop production stroke arable farming, isn't it? They mean the same thing. Are we together? You'll be given your mark. What if you write, what happens when you write crop production stroke soil science. Crop production stroke soil science. You'll not score. You'll not score. Of course, those are the answers, but the language of the examiner is very clear. When you put the stroke and it happens that the first point is correct, the second point is not correct, you'll be penalized. Like weeding or pruning, or weeding stroke pruning, isn't it? Weeding stroke pruning. Do they mean the same thing? They are not the same. Weeding cannot be the same as pruning. So when you use stroke, be very careful. Weeding stroke pruning means they are one. They are one. So if the first answer was weeding, and the second answer, the first answer was weeding, and you have written weeding as the first answer and the stroke pruning, we don't mark the first point. The two, weeding plus and stroke, weeding stroke, the other point pruning, you'll not score. So you stroke when you are sure of what you are talking about. And I'm not encouraging us to be stroking. Even or, refrain from using the term or. Or means you are gambling. You want for the examiner to choose for you. You are not sure of yourself. Let's avoid using or, let's avoid using stroke. So that is why I'm saying that if, when you are using stroke, if one is wrong, both answers are wrong. So if the first point is wrong, the stroke, the one that you have used to stroke with, becomes wrong. So no mark awarded there. So the candidate leaves the examiner to select the answer for him or her, so you don't score. You are gambling. There's an example here, because I've used the terms use of or and, isn't it? Use of or and. Now, you have been given an example of a question here. State any two sites for agroforestry trees. We have along the boundaries. That is very correct. We have along the riverbanks. That is correct. We can have homestead, isn't it? Which is another answer? Which one? Fences, isn't it? Along the fences and so on. Now, as a student, you have written name, state any two sites for agroforestry trees. You write along riverbanks and boundaries. How many points are those? There are 2 points, isn't it? The same case applies when you write answers on nursery practices, management of nursery, whereby you write pest and disease control. There are 2 separate points. So don't be using and. Pests control and disease control, there are 2 points. There are 2 points. So and here will be marked as 2 points. Are we together? But when you write along boundaries or riverbanks, along boundaries or riverbanks, that is very wrong. Or means they mean the same. Is a boundary the same as a riverbank? They are not the same. So you'll not score because they are, you have written a contradicting information. You are gambling, as we say. So avoid use of or and. In this case, I expected the student to write the 2 answers separately, not joining by use of and. Write Roman 1 along riverbanks, Roman 2 along boundaries. Don't develop a habit of joining them. When you join, if the first is wrong, the second will be wrong. So spelling mistakes I addressed, which means the same as grammatical errors. They are the same. Spelling mistakes, grammatical errors. If the word has no other meaning in agriculture, then the answer is correct. If there is no any other meaning in agriculture, then we have examples here, wage and wage. The first wage means what? What do you pay the laborers? Wages, salaries, isn't it? You pay them their wage, their wages. Now, the second wage is a shape, isn't it? A shape of a dairy breed, whereby we say that one of the characteristics of the dairy breed is that they are wage shaped, isn't it? So you meant the wage and you have written the other wage. That is a spelling mistake, is a grammar mistake, whereby you intended to pass a given message, but you have passed another message. So that is not marked. You'll be penalized for that. Agriculture is a language, is a subject that encourages students to be aware of the grammar. That is why, in fact, you are advised to be using grammars on some day, to be using English, to communicate in English in some specific days, isn't it? So that you boost your language, isn't it? Your language. So mistakes, spelling mistakes are marked in agriculture if you intended to talk about a given name, then instead you have written another name which has the meaning in agriculture. Then you have the liter instead of liter. Liter in that case means offsprings, isn't it? Offsprings. But you are talking about the liters, which is the capacity, isn't it? The amount of water which can be held by a given container. We measure that in liters. So liter in that case has another meaning. Photography instead of topography. Topography is the slope of the land. You have been asked, state the factors to consider when selecting a nursery bed. There you have written photography instead of topography. Photography has another meaning, isn't it? And in fact, in agriculture, we do use photographs in section B, isn't it? So you are talking about something different. Topography, the slope of the land, how is gentle, how is deep the land is. That is what we call as the topography. So photography will not address the slope of the land, isn't it? Photography means photos, isn't it? Yes. So when you address the nursery bed and you mention their photos, then you are irrelevant. Winds and the weeds. Winds and weeds. You are answering a question in section C, and you have been asked weed control to discuss the production of cabbages under various subheadings. And you have written, there is a subtopic there. Of course, you are given subtopics. Are we together? You are given subtopics. And you have been asked to write the weed control. There you write, the winds are controlled. The winds are controlled. And in this case, you have got, I think from geography, other types of winds, isn't it? Yeah. So you are addressing a very different thing. That is a different subject you are talking about. So I encourage you to be very keen and to be very keen on, to be very keen on, as you revise, to be very keen on some specific terms which have got different meanings. Then we have the ponds and the pods. Ponds, we are talking of the fish pond, isn't it? Aquaculture, whereby the fish are reared in structures known as fish ponds, isn't it? Fish ponds. And there you are talking about the harvesting of beans. Harvest when the ponds have started to show that they are drying. Harvest when the ponds have started to show signs of becoming dry. You are addressing ponds, isn't it? not the pods. You know, the pods are those structures which contain the seeds, isn't it? Which can open up when they have been exposed to light. So grammar is very important as they can bring about spelling mistakes. We have the errors in spellings. Errors in spellings also, as we address the spelling mistakes. We have seen that all these are components of grammar. When you know all this English that I'm talking about, you'll be able to escape these mistakes that we talk about. However, we have terms which students write thinking that they are answers, and they are not answers. They confuse them. You confuse them. Like we have the methods of preparing compost manure. That is from one. Methods of preparing compost manure, whereby we have the indoor method. Actually, there is indoor stroke pit, isn't it?
Yes.
They mean the same, isn't it? So if you write indoor stroke pit, you'll be awarded because they are the same. Now, we have indoor stroke pit. We have the 4 hips system or stack method, isn't it? That is another one. Now, where we normally have a challenge, we don't have a challenge with the 4 hip system or stack method. This indoor method, the first one is wrong. Indoor. Indoor. The second one is correct. In fact, when we teach students, we advise them to pronounce the second term as indore. Indore. When you pronounce that indore, you'll not confuse. You know, when you are in an exam, sometimes you have pressure. You might not even remember. You might get confused. You might not remember which is the term to do what? To use because of the pressure. Remember indore. Indore is a, actually Indore is a city somewhere in India. Sawa, India. So the name Indore. So this is indoor method. And when you write indoor, the second one, correct. If you happen to write the first one and you're outside there after an exam, celebrating that the agriculture, I'll pass with the flying colors. Be aware of these issues that can hold back your grades. So indoor is correct, isn't it? Indoor. We have the methods of sampling, whereby we have the traverse and zigzag, isn't it? Zigzag method. Now, sometimes students confuse traverse and transverse. And in most cases, students opt for transverse. I don't know where you get the transverse from because you have never taught. Or maybe you borrow it from other subjects. Probably mathematics, transverse, biology, transverse section, isn't it? And the longitudinal section. So transverse section, don't confuse the transverse that you talk about in biology and the transverse and the traverse that we talk about in agriculture, and that is under the methods of sampling. So it's traverse, not transverse. Others go ahead and write transversal. Transversal, that is wrong. Then we have hygroscopic and hydroscopic. We have the forms of water, isn't it? Yes. We say that soil has got the following components. We have soil air, soil microorganisms, soil water, and name them. Now, those components of soil, we address soil water. And in soil water, we have got three forms of soil water. We have the capillary water, hygroscopic water, and the superfluous, isn't it? We have the superfluous water. Next time you might find a question asking you to differentiate the three terms, and I'll be able to address differentiating questions. Are we together?
Yes.
Now, it's hygroscopic, not hydroscopic. I don't know where you get the hydroscopic from. Maybe it's from the sources of power, whereby we talk about hydroelectric energy, isn't it? So don't confuse the terms. So use the word hygroscopic. We have the vertical marking rule. We have the vertical marking rule. And when we talk about the vertical marking rule, this applies when the student writes answers in, say, 3 parts within the same page without indicating numbers. You have been asked, about reasons why agriculture is referred to as a science. State 2 reasons why agriculture is referred to as a science. Which are the answers? We have genetics, we have entomology, we have pathology, and we have agricultural engineering, isn't it? Those are the answers. Now, when you present these answers, how many responses have you been asked? 2, isn't it? State 2 reasons why agriculture is referred to as a science, isn't it? And you have gone ahead and written all those points, and in your script, you have written now you have been asked to state 2 reasons why agriculture is referred to as an art, isn't it? And this is your answer booklet. Your answer booklet. Now, instead of addressing the 2 points, you go ahead and write the first point. So you have gone ahead to write genetics. So let me use this. You have gone ahead to write number 1, genetics, isn't it? Number 2, we have entomology, isn't it? Number 3, we have, which other answer do we have? Pathology, isn't it? Other points here. Are we together? Now, you were asked 3. Let me say 3, isn't it? 3 or 2. Let me use 2. You have written how many points? At the left-hand side, you have written 2 points without numbering them. Are we together? Without numbering them. At the center, you have written another 2 points without numbering them. And at the far right hand side, you have written other 2 points. Am I communicating? You have not numbered. No Romans, no A, B, C, and D. So which one will an examiner mark now? And you are asked 2, isn't it? Which one will we mark? We mark the ones which are vertical. Are you seeing these ones? These ones. We mark only the ones which are vertical. Are we together? So if this is 0.1, this is 0.2, this is 0.3, this is 0.4, 5, and 6, and it happens that 0.1 is correct, sawa sawa. 0.2 is wrong. 0.3 is correct, 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 isn't it? How many points were we asked? 2, isn't it? We mark these ones which are vertical. We mark these ones. Note these others. Sawa sawa. And if you are asked of 2 responses and it ends up that you write 3 or 4, what happens? We mark only the first 2. If the first 2 are wrong, then the third and fourth are correct. We don't mark the others. We just put an inverted V that they are good points, but we cannot be able to do what? Because you have not followed instructions. That is why, if you are very keen, you realize that in every question, there are key terms there which are bold, isn't it? Write 2, write 3, state 7, state 6, state 5, name 3. The bold terms there should guide you. Sawa sawa. They should guide you in such a way that as you present your answers, know that if you are expected to give off 5 answers, write 5 answers, which of course you are very sure of that they are good answers that can earn you marks. So if you start with the wrong answers, number 1, a wrong answer, number 3, number 4, number 5, then your correct answer start from 6 onwards. That is 0. So I'm encouraging you to start with your strongest points, and be numbering your work. Romans, you can use Romans 1, Roman 2. Sawa sawa. And in this, this that I was explaining for you in the whiteboard, if you write number 1 here, are we together? This is number 2, this is number 3. Sawa sawa. This is number 4, this is number 5. Which points do we mark? We mark the ones that you have labeled, isn't it? We mark this one, correct, correct, correct. So if there were 3 responses, we mark this, we leave number 0.4. So that is how the vertical is all about, and I'm encouraging you to be numbering your work. If you don't number your work, you have written at the right-hand side, at the center, and at the far right, we do the vertical marking, whereby we start with the ones which are on the left-hand side, downwards. Am I clear? Good. But I think it's new. So that is, I was talking about the vertical marking rule. Now let me move into the next slide. We have misinterpretation of the questions, and this is all about failure to understand some questions, which lead to giving of wrong answers. So as a student, don't read the question once. Read several times so that you understand the language of the examiner. You can read twice, you can read thrice, but don't read once, because you might omit some of the key points.
So I'm encouraging you, as you read, you can as well underline. You can use a pencil to underline a key word there. Let me give you an example. Explain how each of the properties of light and rainfall influence agricultural production. Maybe this is section C, isn't it? What are you supposed to write? Properties of light. And in your textbook, there's nothing like properties of light, isn't it? What is there? Aspects of light. So the word property has been used in place of aspects. So as a good student who's been preparing for the exam, note of those words which substitute others. Properties of light. Or as a good student, you can ask, other than aspects of light, what else can we talk about light? Other than aspects, what else can we talk about light? So we remain with the option of aspects of light and how they influence agricultural production. So the responses, the term property here has been used to confuse a student. Sawa sawa. So you might write here wrong information, thinking that is the right information. So what do we expect here when it comes to properties of light? Which are the properties of light, by the way? Light intensity, light duration, light wavelength, isn't it? Light wavelength. So you have to know how they influence agricultural production. Like the light wavelength, we can talk about the natural light and the artificial light, isn't it? Whereby crops prefer natural light than artificial light. That is now the influence. We can talk about the light intensity, whereby we are talking about the amount of light that can influence photosynthesis, isn't it? And we can talk about the light duration that can influence the flowering, isn't it? Whereby we have the short day plants, the long day plants, and the day neutral plants. Now you have addressed the question. The term property was used to do what? To confuse, isn't it? So that is why know the demand of the, what is this question demanding me to answer? Don't just write. Don't just write. Read twice the question, thrice, and ask yourself, what is the demand of this question? And don't take a lot of time in one question. Because if the paper is taking 2 hours, each question has been given its own time that you should spend there. A question of 2 responses or answers should not take you maybe 10 minutes, isn't it? You are wasting time. And if you waste time, time wastage can lead to fail. You have the answers, you don't have enough time to do what? To present. Am I communicating? Yes. And we have the rainfall here, properties of rainfall. The term property has been used in place of aspects, isn't it? Whereby we have which are the aspects of rainfall? Rainfall distribution, rainfall amount, rainfall reliability, isn't it? Those are the properties or aspects of rainfall. And you can see the terms there are not in the textbook, isn't it? Yes, so the language of the examiner should be understood by students. So if you misinterpret, you go outside of the answers. So as candidates, we must strive to do the following in order to internalize the questions. Read the question more than once. Don't be excited to answer questions. Don't be excited to answer questions. Some students have got a habit of rushing to answer the questions before they forget. Probably they crammed early in the morning before the paper. So they rush to do what? To put the answers. Before they do what? Before they forget. it's advisable maybe you put them somewhere, but you cross at the end of it, isn't it? You cross those answers somewhere so that they are not marked. After you read the question, now you can be picking those answers from where they are to present them in the right way. Am I communicating? So read the question more than once to internalize the language of the examiner and identify the key words in a statement. We did with the properties, whereby properties in that case stands for aspects, isn't it? Isn't it?
Yes.
Yes. Like there's an example here. Explain the importance of decayed plant materials. Explain the importance of, decayed plant materials. The key word here is decayed plant materials. Now, in the book, you'll realize that there is no information on importance of decayed plant materials. You have now to think. These questions, they evoke your mind. You have to do what? They provoke your mind. You have to think, what is this that I'm being asked? So if you miss the point on decayed plant materials, will you have the answers? So in this case, what are we addressing? What are we addressing? Importance of organic matter. Organic matter is the decayed plant and animal materials, isn't it? Isn't it? For this case, decayed plant materials, we are talking about organic matter. Whereby we talk about they improve the soil structure, isn't it? Improve the soil structure, the water holding capacity, they buffer the soil pH, and so on. They help to moderate the soil temperature because manure is mostly dark in color, isn't it? And you know dark substances absorb light, isn't it? Heat, absorb heat. So highlight the keywords as you read in order to capture the mind so that you focus on them as you read, as you put your answers. There is another example here. A very good example. Give the positive effects of wind. Majority of students do miss the question. You have the answers. Destruction of farm structures. Is that an answer? In this case, destruction of farm structure, is it an answer? But of course, we know wind can destroy. They can blow away the roofs. They can demolish the walls, etc. Why is not the point not applying in this case? The examiner wants to test whether you can take your time to understand the question. The key word here is positive effects. Positive effects. So which are some of the positive effects of wind? Wind is an agent of seed dispersal, isn't it? Yes, we have seed dispersal by wind, isn't it? Whereby wind is an agent. So the seed dispersal becomes a positive point, isn't it? So if you write about increases or spreads, pests and diseases, is it a point? It's not a point. So the key word here is positive effects of wind. Sometimes you can get a question on wind. Give the effects of winds on crops, isn't it? On crops. So if we write again destruction of soil structure, or brings about what? Cooling, isn't it? brings about a cooling effect. That's the point because it's in between, it falls under plants, isn't it? Yes. What if you write brings about rain-bearing clouds? Are you addressing crops? You are not addressing. So if the question demands us to give points on crops, first of all, let's exhaust the ones falling under crops. We have what we call as lack of specificity. Remember, I'm addressing the common mistakes which make students to lose marks. That is what I've been talking about. Lack of specificity. You are too general. You are specific. You are too general. You are not specific. I'm encouraging you to be more specific when it comes to presentation of your responses or the answers. Now, students must know that there are two question types which they'll encounter. We have the general questions and we have the specific questions. So as a student, you have to juggle in your mind, you have to debate in your mind, which type of question are you asked? That is why I said, don't just rush to answer questions because maybe you have crammed them. Before you forget, you put the answers in the scripts. Write them somewhere, but at the end of it, cross, isn't it? At the end of it, cross, so that you think of the kind of question that you have been asked. Is it general? Is it specific? General questions will only be scored if the answers are only general, and specific questions will only be scored if the answers are specific. So general questions will only be scored if the answers are general. For instance, and therefore, most questions demand specificity than generalizing them. Are we together? There's an example here, harmful effects of weeds and harmful effects of Mexican marigold. Mexican marigold. Harmful effects of weeds, this is general. Because you can write they lower the quality and quantity of production, isn't it? Isn't it? They increase the production costs. Here you can even talk about the aquatic weeds, like the water hyacinth, isn't it? Because they block the water channels, isn't it? The water channels. So the question here is too general. You can talk about the aquatic weeds, you can talk about all the weeds. Now, when you talk about Mexican marigold, the harmful effects of Mexican marigold, our responses have been limited, isn't it? The responses have been limited. Here, you have to be now specific. What is the effect of Mexican marigold? Taints milk, isn't it? Causes tainting in milk, isn't it? Yes, that is why when your livestock feed on Mexican marigold, and it happens that you consume milk, you'll hear the smell of, that is related to Mexican marigold, tainting of milk, isn't it? So you can see we are here being specific. Can you say here, they lower the quality and quantity of production? It does not apply, isn't it? It does not apply here. You have to be, the effect which the weed is associated with. It's like a stinging nettle. You know the stinging nettle? Stinging nettle, isn't it? What is the effect that it's known for? Stings, isn't it? It makes some practices like weeding difficult because they sting. As the farmers do what? They do the cultivation, they do the weeding and so on, isn't it? So specificity here calls for giving the responses in which the weed is known for. Sawa. Like you can have the water hyacinth. What is it known for? Are we together? That is the specificity that we are talking about. So we have got examples of questions which are specific and those which are general. Effects of pests. Pests. That is general, isn't it? That is general. You can give any effect that applies to all the pests. And of course, you know, we can talk about the field pests, isn't it? We can talk about the storage pests. We can talk about the monkeys. We can talk about the birds. We can talk about the weevils in the stores. So here the answer is too general. It's too general. But there's a specific question here, effects of cutworms. The question can ask, state one effect of cutworms in a cabbage field. Which response do we expect? You have to be specific, isn't it? It like you can say you can give a response such as it cuts the base of the stem of the cabbage, isn't it? That is being specific because that is what the pest is known for. It's not known for anything else. Of course, another student will write lower the quality or quantity of production. But that is general. The question is specific. So the response should be specific. So the specific answer here is cut the stem, isn't it, at the base of the cabbage. Because when you cut the stem, now you'll address, of course, when you cut the stem, what will happen to the production quantity? It will not be even there, isn't it? It will be low. It will be of low quality, low quantity. So that's being general. So let's be specific for questions that need us to be specific. Importance of farm records is general, whereby you can say that they can show the profits or losses in the farm, isn't it? What else can they show? The history of the farm. They can assess the tax in the farm. Insurance claims, isn't it? Yes. Those are the general roles. But you can get a question that is specific, type of record, and in this case, health record. Health record. That is a very specific question. Can you write an answer such as they show the history of the farm? That is not the expected response because you are generalizing, isn't it? The question is health records. What are the health records known for? And for you to be able to score this question, you can check, you can refer the answer to the details contained in a health record, isn't it? Which are some of these details? We have the symptoms, isn't it? We have the drugs used. We have the kind of, we have the date, isn't it? We have the diagnosis, isn't it? Yes, and so on. So that can guide you. The details can guide you on the specific responses expected in specific records. Sawa. So if it's feeding records, the users of feeding records, you can talk about the type of feed, isn't it? They show the type of feed given to a given animal. Of course, you are generating the answers from the details contained in a feeding record. So you are very specific. We have another example, factors influencing agriculture. Which are the factors influencing agriculture? We can broadly categorize them into four, isn't it? Biotic, human, climatic, and edaphic factors. Edaphic is the same as soil factors. Now, that is general. The question can be specific. Biotic factors influencing agriculture, that is specific. So if you have been asked the biotic factors influencing agriculture and you write climatic factors, human factors, soil factors, are they answers? You are generalizing, isn't it? You have to be specific. Which are the biotic factors? Very good. Very good. Biotic, they are living factors, isn't it? Therefore, we expect responses such as nitrogen fixing bacteria, pollinators, predators. Now you are specific, isn't it? Good. Now, let me ask you a very simple question. If you have been asked still on the same, state 4 factors influencing agriculture. State 4 factors influencing agriculture, and you have been given 2 marks. State 4 factors influencing agriculture, and you have been given 2 marks. How many responses are you supposed to write? 4, isn't it? Now, which are the answers? Biotic factors, human factors, climatic factors, edaphic factors, isn't it? But for you to be on the safe side, give an example of each factor in the mentioned categories. Those are the categories. Are we together? Those are the categories of factors influencing agriculture. Those are broad categories, isn't it? They are broad categories. Now, when asked about the factors influencing agriculture, give a factor from each category. Am I communicating? Like if it's human factors, which are some of the human factors we know? We have health, isn't it? So Roman 1, right? Health. Are we together? Another one can write level of education and technology. Another one can write culture, cultural and religious beliefs. You can choose one to represent the human factors. Climatic factors. We have temperature, we have rainfall, wind, we have relative humidity. When you talk about humidity, include the word relative humidity. If you use the word humidity, it's a hanging statement. It's an incomplete statement. So relative humidity in that case. Now, under climatic factors, choose one. Are we together? Choose one. The same for edaphic factors and so on. Let me go to, that is a continuation. So sometimes we need to apply the knowledge learned in class and practically outside to answer the questions given. Application questions. I'm talking about application questions. There's an example here. List any 3 soil organisms. And another example, list any 3 soil microorganisms. Are the questions similar? Are they similar? Those questions are different. The first one, list any 3 soil organisms. When we talk about soil organisms, what do they include? Soil organisms. We talk about the macro. We have 2 types of organisms, isn't it? Macroorganisms and micro. Macro means big organisms, isn't it? Those that you can see. Micro means those that you cannot see. Now, the first one, list any 3 soil organisms. Here we can give the responses. We can talk about ants, isn't it? Ants are macroorganisms. They are big, isn't it? They are large. We can talk about the termites. We can talk about even the what else can you talk about? Yes, even the earthworms, isn't it? You can talk about the earthworms. Those are macroorganisms. They are big, isn't it? You can see when they are in the soil, this is a termite, this is an earthworm, and so on. Also, we can include the responses in the first question: bacteria, fungi, and even protozoa. They are small, isn't it? So soil microorganisms, the responses that you can give as a candidate talk about the macro and the micro. We have not been restricted. Am I communicating? Because the soil organisms, they can be macro and micro. And I've given you examples. You can talk about the bacteria, fungi, and protozoa as micro. Now, the second question, list any 3 soil microorganisms. And as a student, you write termites. Will you score? You write ants. You write earthworms. Will you score? Why will you not score? They are macro. We are talking about those which are very small, and you are giving the answers for those which are big, which are large. So the second question demands us to know that we are talking about those which are small. Therefore, we will award marks for microorganisms, and for that case, protozoa, bacteria, fungi will be the qualified answers. That is why I'm stressing, don't rush to answer a question. Read more than once, understand, internalize, then give the answer. Read more than once, understand the question in that order. Read, understand, internalize, then do what? Put your answer. If you don't do those steps, there is a very high chance that you might miss the marks, the points. There's another example here. State 2 ways in which soil loses soil fertility. Still, I'm internalizing on, I'm stressing on internalizing the question. State 2 ways in which soil loses fertility. Is it double or I think that is there's a typing error there, but we can get what the question is asking. State 2 ways in which soil loses soil fertility. And the second question, state 2 ways in which soil loses soil nutrients. Is fertility the same as nutrients? They are not the same. So we have answers that can apply to soil fertility and they not apply in soil nutrients. Now, which are some of the ways in which soil loses soil fertility? We have leaching, monocropping, soil erosion, overgrazing, burning of vegetation cover, isn't it? Now, what about, will the answers apply when it comes to loss of soil nutrients? Nutrients. Now, which will be the expected responses when it comes to nutrients? Let me, which one? Volatilization, yes. And even leaching, isn't it? Those are the expected responses. So if in the second question you include burning of vegetation, will you score? You not score. When we are talking about nutrients, we are talking about, remember we have the macro and the micro, isn't it? The macro and the micro. So before you rush, read the question, understand the question, interpret the question, then apply your answer. We have the incomplete answers. Candidate answers at times lack some key information which leaves the answers hanging due to omission. So you give the answers, you get out of the exam room thinking that you have given the correct responses. That is why before you enter into any exam room, make sure that you are ready. Are we together? Be ready. Be ready. Focus. Focus on the exam that you are doing. Note that you are here physically, but you are thinking all the senses should be in the exam. Am I correct? Yes. Am I loud? Am I clear?
Yes.
All your senses should be in the exam so that you don't have some answers which are hanging. There's an example here. Give 2 examples of types of inventory records. Inventory records. 2 examples of inventory records. And I hope you are capturing the important points. Are you capturing the important points?
Yes.
Good. Now, we have been asked of the give 2 examples of inventory records. You write permanent inventory, number 1. Number 2, you write consumable inventory. That is wrong. That is wrong. You have omitted the keywords, and in this case, the keywords are goods inventory. Am I communicating? Permanent goods inventory is the expected response, and consumable goods inventory. Students have gone ahead to write this response: permanent inventory record and consumable inventory record. Is that correct? That is not correct. The keyword there is not record. The keyword there is good. Goods in goods. Goods. Another example, state 2 types of labor records. We have the master roll and the labor utilization analysis. Now you write the second response as labor analysis. Is that a complete statement? That is incomplete. You write labor utilization without including analysis. Is that correct? That is not correct. So what am I talking about? I'm stressing on complete answers. And I gave an example of nomadic farming and nomadic pastoralism as a method of farming. State methods of farming, or list the methods of farming. You write nomadic farming, and another one writes nomadic pastoralism. Nomadic pastoralism can score, whereas the one for nomadic farming will not score because that is a hanging statement. The same case applies to shifting and shift cultivation. Shift cultivation is an incomplete answer. Shifting cultivation is a complete answer. So shifting cultivation will be awarded. Shift cultivation will not be awarded because it's a hanging statement. Because it's a hanging statement. No, there is something here that I'm omitting. There is this that we call fertilizer grades. Fertilizer grades, whereby we have the ratios there, 18 ratio 18 to 46 to 0, isn't it? What do the figures represent? NPK. You can get a question asking you, what do the figures represent? 18 ratio 46 ratio 0. Now, what are the expected responses? 18 nitrogen, 46 phosphorus, and those are hanging statements. It's 18% nitrogen oxide, isn't it? nitrogen 1. We are talking about nitrogen 1, isn't it? N2O, isn't it? 18% nitrogen oxide, 46% phosphorus pentaoxide, isn't it? Is it pentoxide or pentaoxide? Pentoxide. Or if you don't want to include the name, you can use the formula, isn't it? It's P2. So if you include the name, you'll be awarded. Are we together? If you include the chemical formula, you'll be awarded. If you include 18% nitrogen 1 oxide, you'll be awarded. If you include 18% nitrogen N2O, you'll be awarded, isn't it? And the 0 stands for 0%. What? K stands for potassium oxide, isn't it? K2O. You will be awarded. So when you do that, that is a complete statement. But if you write 18 N2O, 0, that is a hanging. 46 P2, percentage must come in. Are we together?
Yes.
Have you ever asked yourself, where do we get, when we're doing the fertilizer calculations, we normally equate the 46 kilograms to 100 kilograms, isn't it? Where do we get the 100 from? It's the percentage, isn't it? It's the percentage of the components in that fertilizer. So those are, I think you have learned something. Are you learning?
Yes.
Good. That is why I said at the end of the presentation, you'll get out of this class having become a better person than you entered. Avoid repetition by using terms with similar meaning. Repeated answers do not score extra points. We have the slope, the topography, the gradient. They mean the same. They mean the same. So if you address the responses as Roman 1, topography, Roman 2, you have been asked which answers, which questions demand these answers? Pardon? Which questions can demand these answers? Which one? Factors to consider when citing a nursery bed. There you are, you write slope, topography, and gradient. Will you score? How many points will you score? Because they mean the same point. In fact, you have split it so that they appear different points, but they mean the same thing. Topography is the same as the slope of the land, is the same as the gradient of the land. It's the same as the gradient of the land. It's just like when asked on a given question which requires this response, application of manure, isn't it? Application of manure. Application of organic manure, for instance, and you split your responses by saying application of farmyard manure, application of compost manure, application of farmyard manure. You are addressing how many points? 1 point. You have only splitted them. But the examiner will award you as 1 point because you are repeating yourself. And in fact, when you are repeating yourself, you are wasting your own time. You are wasting your own time. So it's just like 4 factors influencing agriculture. You write rainfall, wind, temperature, relative humidity. How many points are these? 1 point, isn't it? Because you are talking about climatic factors. So avoid too much literature. All answers should be precise and straight to the point. Reason being, too much writing brings about irrelevances and you are wasting your own time. Avoid too much literature. Giving examples. We have a habit of giving out examples unnecessarily, even when not asked. You are not asked, there you are. You want to show the examiner that you know, isn't it? You want to show the examiner that you know. Be very careful, and I'm discouraging you from giving out examples unnecessarily. If the response is correct and you give a wrong example, the wrong example cancels the response. For instance, top dress with diammonium phosphate. Is that statement correct? That is not correct. We don't top dress by use of diammonium phosphate. We top dress by use of C.R.E, isn't it? Actually, we top dress by use of nitrogenous fertilizers, such as the C.R.E, the urea, and so on. So if you mention top dress with urea, with C.R.E, you will score because you have given a good example that applies into that statement. If you mention top dress with the DAP, DAP is not used for top dressing. We use DAP when planting, isn't it? Planting, we use DAP during planting. And DAP is an example of a phosphatic fertilizer. And how will you know that this is a phosphatic fertilizer? You see P there, isn't it? I was saying P there. P stands for phosphate, isn't it? How will you know that this is a nitrogenous fertilizer? There is N there. N stands for nitrogen, isn't it? So when giving out examples, so if you say top dress with the DAP, is that statement correct? Wrong, isn't it? What if you say top dress with the appropriate fertilizer? You will score, isn't it? You will score because you have not contradicted yourself. The examiner will assume that you know what you're talking about. But if you want to show the examiner that you are well prepared, I think he will show you that you are lying to yourself. And that will be seen through the grace that you'll be awarded when you'll be receiving the results. So give examples unless you are 100% sure. Another example you can give, you know, we have got some weeds which are poisonous, isn't it? Which weed is poisonous to livestock? Datura stramonium, isn't it? Which is Sodom. Common name is Sodom apple. Scientific name is Datura stramonium, isn't it? So that is very poisonous. So if you have been asked, and again, that is a specific question, isn't it? You show the examiner that you know and you write, they are poisonous to livestock, effects of weeds. They are poisonous to harmful effects of weeds. They are poisonous to livestock, isn't it? E.g., pigweed. Will you score? Pigweed, is it poisonous? The other name for pigweed is Amaranthus species, isn't it? That is the scientific name, Amaranthus species. So, which is the expected example here? Sodom apple, isn't it? Poisonous to livestock, e.g., Sodom apple or Datura stramonium. For the pigweed to qualify as an answer, then you should have written, they are used as food, isn't it? E.g., pigweed. Pigweed is food. Is used as food. So give examples unless you are 100% sure. I mean, give examples when you are 100% sure and when you have been asked to do so. If you have not been asked, don't. Tied questions. We have in agriculture, especially section B, questions which are tied. A tied question means the name, the methods of control, if I can use that as an example, is tied to the identity of the weed or a pest or a disease. Remember in section B, as far as paper 1 is concerned, we expect questions from diagrams of pests or photographs, isn't it? Diagrams or photographs of diseases. I've seen severally a question on a disease, and in this case, disease smut. You know smut?
Yes.
Which is caused by a fungus, isn't it?
Yes.
Which normally attacks maize, isn't it? So the diagram is very important. Also, we have diagrams of field practices. We have diagrams of weeds, isn't it? And weeds never miss. And even I've seen a question on the fertilizer grade whereby a sack is drawn and the figures have been written, isn't it? 18 ratio, 46 ratio, 0. Then you are given questions from the diagram there of a sack. So a student cannot score if the identity is wrong, but the control of the weed is correct. To be on the safe side, just leave the identity of the diagram blank if you are not sure. If you are not sure, leave the identity, the diagram blank. Sorry. This is what I'm saying. You have been asked of that weed, for instance. You have been asked of this weed. Which weeds are these? C is the blackjack, and D is oxalis. And this is what I advised you. Don't struggle to know the scientific names. Are we together?
Yes.
Just know the common names. Like blackjack. Don't struggle to know the scientific name. Biden Pilosa, don't. But if you know, it's okay. Are we together?
Yes.
Yes. So we don't, we mark common names, scientific names, and so on. Identify the weed labeled D. D is oxalis, isn't it? Now, let me omit the second one. Classify the weed labeled C. There is a given concept I want to drive in the house. So identify the weed labeled D. D is oxalis, isn't it? Now, there is that question here. The third one, give one reason why it's difficult to control the weed labeled D. It has underground bulbs, isn't it? You can see, and such questions, even the nut grass. The nut grass has got underground bulbs, isn't it? The other name for nut grass is it sage? Sage. Nut grass or a sage? S-E-D-G-E. So you can present your answer in any of those two words. So they have got underground bulbs. They have underground bulbs. So this is what I wanted to let you know. Identify the weed label D. And the weed label D, you have written McDonald's eye. We have a weed by the name McDonald's eye, isn't it?
Yes.
Will you get the control down there? You'll not get. Reason being, you'll not score. Reason being, you have given a wrong identity of the weed. Therefore, the control that you are giving is not for the weed that you have named. Am I clear? Am I clear? This is what I'm saying. There is a weed there. Identify the weed. D is oxalis. You go ahead and as a student, you name it as McDonald's eye. You'll not score, isn't it? And then there is that part C. Give reason why it's difficult to control the weed labeled D. It has underground bulbs. You will not score. McDonald's eye do not have underground bulbs, isn't it? So this question is tied. For you to score section C, you have to score section A. But there is this one trick that we advise the students. Now, you don't know the identity or the name of the weed, but you can see it has underground bulbs, isn't it? What are you supposed to do to score the 1 mark? You leave the question on A blank. You don't answer there. Don't write anything. Leave it blank and go to section C. Write, it has underground bulbs. Will you score? You will score. In fact, that is the only area that we encourage students to leave blank spaces for only that 1 mark. The other parts, don't leave blank spaces. That is the only area. Naming the weed, naming diagrams. If you don't know the name of the diagram, because some of these questions are tied, if you give the wrong identity, the questions down there, like the control, you'll not score. You will not score. So that is the only area that you're supposed to leave a blank space. If you don't know the weed, if you don't know the pest, if you don't know the disease, if you don't know it's disease smart, leave it, isn't it? Why is it necessary for you to leave it? The examiner will imagine that, will assume that you forgot to answer. You forgot to do what? To answer. So you'll miss the 1 mark and score the others. Classify the weed, labeled C, according to plant morphology. If you are identifying weed C is blackjack, isn't it? The classification according to plant morphology is broad-leaved weed, isn't it? Because it's broad. You can see the leaves are broad, isn't it? Broad-leaved weed. Now, the identity you give as a stinging nettle, for instance, stinging nettle. But the class you give is, or you write, the identity as nut grass, isn't it? The identity is nut grass. Classify the weed labeled C according to plant morphology. You go ahead and write broadleaf. Will you score? You will not score because the nut grass has got narrow leaves, isn't it? So it's narrow-leaved. How do we put it? We say broad-leaved, isn't it? Weed, then that narrow-leaved weeds, isn't it? Yes, that is how to put it. So be aware of the tied questions. Leave the identity blank so that you don't miss the marks on control and the marks that come after. That is the only area that we encourage you to leave blank. So those are the expected answers. As I said, you can use the scientific name, and in that case, you can use oxalis species. SPP stands for species, isn't it? Yeah, so you can use oxalis SPP, but when you use those SPP, roles of binomial should be observed. You can use oxalis latifolia, that is the scientific name. So if you don't want to include the term latifolia, you can use SPP, as you can see. Or generally, you can refer to it as oxalis, the common name. But don't use the local name, isn't it? Ati sasa kimeumana, acha niweke nini? Local name ya any weed. You know them, isn't it? You'll not score. Better you leave it blank. Because again, if you use the local name and you give the reason for control, what are you controlling? Which weed are you controlling? The one in your local language, isn't it? Maybe you have set a question on your own in the exam and you are answering it. So leave blank who you are not sure of. So that is why I'm saying that in a tied question, if the first part is wrong, it cancels the second part automatically, unless you leave the question blank, the identity blank. Differentiating questions. This normally, in most cases, we do them in paper 2, whereby you tabulate, isn't it? Now, for differentiating questions, you are allowed to tabulate the answers. You can use tables, isn't it? For instance, differentiate between floriculture and olericulture. For floriculture, you can start differentiate between floriculture and olericulture. The table we have at the first table, the first column, isn't it? The first column at the heading, right? Floriculture, isn't it? I think I can use the tool that showed me. So differentiate between floriculture and olericulture. Thank you. So this is, you have to write floriculture, isn't it? Floriculture. This is the table, isn't it? This is what we call as tabulating. This is what we call as tabulating. So this is the table, floriculture and olericulture. Culture, isn't it? That is olericulture. So you are allowed to differentiate by use of a table. In fact, this is the most preferred. Why? You don't confuse yourself. Olericulture, down here you can write growing of flowers, isn't it? This is the growing of flowers, growing of flowers. Olericulture is the growing of vegetables, isn't it? Don't write flowers alone. Of course, I'm assuming that you have the other statement. Floriculture, differentiate between floriculture and olericulture. You form a table, floriculture, the first column, the second column, olericulture. In the first column, floriculture is the growing of flowers, olericulture is the growing of vegetables. You score your marks. If you don't want to use a table, okay, before I go to that, if you only score, you not score if only, be very keen. Yes, be attentive. You will miss the marks on tabulating if only you don't include the title. Are we together? You just form a table, you don't indicate what you are talking about. You don't indicate floriculture, you don't indicate, floriculture and olericulture. You just go directly to answers. Growing of flowers, growing of vegetables. You'll not score. And again, when you are using tables, don't include negative statements. Floriculture is the growing of flowers. The other side you write is not the growing of flowers. What is it all about? What is it all about? Floriculture is the growing of flowers. The other one is not the grow. Mention that which it is not. That is what we mark. So that will be X. That you'll not score. So avoid negative statements when tabulating. Indicate the labels, isn't it? What you are talking in the columns at the top. Put the title there. Floriculture, olericulture. You'll be able to score. So the both sides should be labeled. And in differentiating, if you cannot use a table to differentiate, you can use statements. You can use statements such as whereas, while. Which one can you use? Like, which one? Like you can use this, differentiate between olericulture and floriculture. Olericulture is the growing of vegetables, whereas floriculture is the growing of flowers, isn't it? Or you can say olericulture is the growing of vegetables, while, isn't it? If you don't include the words whereas and while, you'll not score. We call them as joining words, isn't it? You have to join you to bring out the differences. So in this case, we say it's all or nothing rule which applies. All or nothing. So it's either you write the joining was the while and the whereas, or you don't do what? You don't score. In fact, there is something that I'm forgetting. When we mark as a whole, that question is marked as a whole. The mark that will be allocated is 1 mark. Differentiate between agriculture and floriculture, 1 mark. So we don't award a half. Are we together? In such a way that if you are able to write correctly, agriculture is the growing of vegetables, whereas floriculture is the growing of maybe berries. Isn't it? Will you score? You'll not score. We mark the question as a whole, the whole statement. So if you miss one of the differences, whatever that you are differentiating, you'll not score. That is why we say it's either you score all, you know how to bring out the differences for all, or you do what? You miss, even when it comes to tabulating. That is why the all or nothing rule applies. You either bring out the differences or you don't score. So there's nothing like awarding a half a mark. All or nothing rule applies when we are talking about differences. And also in statements, avoid the use of negative. Is the growing of this is not the growing of? Mention what it's all about. We have the factor questions, even though they apply to specific, questions. And if you come across a question on factor, for the factor to be considered to be a point, it must be qualified or explained. So have a habit of explaining. And this applies to specific questions. Like in paper 1, factors to consider when citing a nursery bed. What are the expected responses for you to score? Good, security, or secure. If you write security alone, you'll not score. Security is general, isn't it? When you write security, it can be good security or the other one, isn't it? Yes, security. Good security brings about the factors that you consider when citing a nursery bed. And of course, in this case, good security means the place that the place is free from disturbances, the thieves, and so on. Good security. Am I communicating? Slope, gentle slope, not topography or a slope. Gentle slope brings about the required slope for growth of a certain crop or a given crop. So topography alone cannot score, so slope cannot score. Drainage also applies. It can be poor drainage or good drainage. So for the answer to qualify, for the factor to qualify the factor, isn't it? By mentioning if it's good, if it's poor. Are we together?
Yes.
That applies to paper 2. I cannot be able to mention paper 2 because it will be presented by another one, but I can give an example, like factors that determine we have factors such as good mothering ability. Yes, factors that considered when selecting a young breeding stock, isn't it? Good mothering ability. Age should be young age, isn't it? So factors, I'm talking about factors. Are we together? So don't just write factors and leave them there. You have to explain the factors, specific factors for them to qualify. We have procedural questions. In agriculture, we have questions which need a procedure. And be very careful. And this is what we advise students. In section C, if you see a procedural question and you realize that you cannot remember the procedure, you cannot remember the procedure, do other questions. There's a procedural question, like describe the procedure for harvesting by red ram, isn't it? There is somewhere that you start and there is somewhere that you end, isn't it? You do not know where to start. Will you do that question? Go for other general questions like factors influencing agriculture, where you start anywhere. Are we together? Because in procedural questions, they are presented in an orderly manner. If you miss the first point, it cancels the points following the first point. It cancels. If you miss the first point, the rest, zero. Procedural questions are very tricky. You answer them when you are very sure of the procedure. Am I communicating? So marking stops where the order is broken. So the first point is correct, the second point is correct, the third point is correct, the fourth point, downwards, you miss. Like in paper 2, we have questions that you are expected to give up to 17 responses, 16 responses, isn't it?
Yes.
15 responses. And maybe it's a procedural question. If you are not sure of the steps, 10 responses, leave the question. Do the others that do not need the procedure. And there's an example here, the procedure of sampling. I think it's clear. The first point is that is expected is clear the spot for sampling. That is a procedural question. You clear the spot, isn't it? But as a candidate, as a student, you have gone ahead and started. The soil is put in a suitable container. You have omitted clearing the spot, isn't it? You will not score. Marking stops there. So you'll miss all the 5 points or the 4 points. So go through the even cheating. We have the preparation of planting materials, whereby we have cheating as a method of preparing planting materials, isn't it? Cheating is one of the methods of preparing planting materials. There's a process, therefore, cheating. If you omit the first, you end, marking stops there. So you present them in an orderly manner. So we have the control questions, e.g. control of pests, control of weeds, and so on. Now, when we talk about the control methods, we know the methods of controlling pests or weeds are generally categorized into this. We have the cultural methods, we have the physical or mechanical method, stroke mechanical methods, we have the chemical, and we have the biological methods. So how do we present our responses when it comes to control questions? These are groups of methods, the ones that I've mentioned, and therefore do not qualify to be answers unless with an appropriate example. So if we are talking about cultural method, if you are talking about a given weed, how to control a certain weed, and you have presented your answer as cultural control by applying cultural methods, isn't it? Will you score? You'll not score. Mention the specific cultural method, whereby we have examples such as mulching, isn't it? We have crop rotation, and I think you have seen crop rotation several, isn't it? Practice, how do you control cutworms? Practicing crop rotation, isn't it? But you have never seen an answer such as practicing cultural method, isn't it? Cultural method is general, so be specific. Practicing crop rotation, because when you do the crop rotation, you destroy the various life stages of the pest, isn't it? If the pest was in the larvae stage, you'll destroy it. You can do flooding, isn't it? Like the molds as pests. You can flood the area, isn't it? Because when you flood them, they drown, isn't it? Even breathing becomes difficult, so they die. So as you mentioned, the cultural method, mention the specific. Don't just generalize. Physical method. How do you control pests? Pests. Maybe this is an error. Cultural, in pest control, there's an error there. We don't control pests by use of, okay, we can call the cultural method, I'm talking of the cultural method. We can use crop rotation, we can use timely harvesting, whereby you harvest in time so that by the time the pests invade the crop in the field, the produce is already in the store, isn't it? That is a cultural pest control method. Now we have the physical method. You have been asked to give a method of controlling maybe bats, isn't it? Bats. And for this case, we can have the various bats, isn't it? Now, you write physical control, use of physical control measures. Use of physical control measures. That is not an answer. Be specific. You can use scarecrows, isn't it? You can use scarecrows. Even monkeys, isn't it? How can you control a field in which monkeys are pests? Scarecrows. They think that the scarecrow is a farmer who is guarding his or her crops in the field. Use of little temperatures, high temperatures, isn't it? Sometimes you realize that grains are dried, they are dried to become very hard. When they become very hard, they become difficult for the pest to make balls, to bore some holes in them, especially the grains in stores, isn't it? So when you expose the grains to proper drying, it becomes difficult because the pest will not be able to bore some holes on the tester, the seed coat, or the tester. Little temperature, very high temperatures can kill what? The pest, isn't it? Can kill the pest. Now, let me go to causal agents of diseases, and I explain this. Diseases also, the same way as weeds, can be addressed by use of scientific names. And when you use the scientific names, the rules of binomial nomenclature must be followed, isn't it? Yes. And in this case, we have a disease like smart disease. The answer, when asked the cause, can be it's caused by a fungus, isn't it? And you can go ahead and name the fungus with Sclago species and so on. And when you use the scientific name, rules must be in place. So I mentioned that. Now we have the questions on calculation. In paper 1, we have calculation questions, whereby we can be expected to get questions on the gross margins, opportunity costs, the marginal revenues, and the costs, and the plant population. We have the plant population, the fertilizer amounts, the elasticity of demand and supply. We expect if it's questions from calculation. So if you are revising on questions calculation, these are the areas that you should expect the questions from. Now, in most cases, students do not perform well in these questions on calculation because they think that calculations are only meant for in mathematics as a subject. So in agriculture, we have some mathematical problems, and this is calculations. And how do we mark the calculations? Now, if there is a formula, for instance, plant population is given by area of the land over spacing of the crop. Start with the formula. Reason being, the formula guides you. You are only substituting, isn't it? Area of the land, of course, you have calculated the area of the land somewhere. So you carry those figures and you insert them in area of the land. Then you divide by the spacing, isn't it? So, and of course, you know, the units must be the same. If they're in centimeters, convert all of them into centimeters. If they're in meters, convert all of them into meters, isn't it? Now, in plant population, you have to include the units. In calculations, include the units. And the units in this case can be in terms of kilograms, isn't it? The units can be in form of centimeters, can be in form of bags. And for plant population, maybe you have calculated your question, your answer, you have done your calculation, and the answer is 64 when it comes to plant population. So which units are you putting there? Because you know the centimeters and the centimeters, or the meters and the meters have cancelled, isn't it? So which units? Plants, isn't it? 64. Don't stop at 64, that point. You'll miss the mark on the unit. You'll miss the mark on the unit. So the unit is plants, 64 plants. Sometimes we ignore. And there are these are the simple things that we ignore. And when you add them, they deny us marks. So when you follow those steps, you show this formula, to substitute the formula with values, you indicate the answer with units, you'll score your 3 marks. If the question had 3 marks. There is a question here on plant population. You can see the area of the land is given, I have a mark. So if you write the formula, you have your mark there. If there's a plant population, you substitute the figures, there's another mark, I have a mark there. And the final answer with the units has a mark. The final answer with the units. So if the final answer misses the units, you'll not score. Units, very important. If it's bags, include the word bags. Are we together? The bags there are units. We have the questions on fertilizer calculation also. I just used a sample here to show you the units. Are we together? Are you seeing the unit there? Kilograms of? The question is, calculate the amount of nitrogen, isn't it? Amount of nitrogen. The farm applied on this crop, show you are working. So the final answer should capture the nitrogen, isn't it? Kilograms of nitrogen, because you can be talking of kilograms of phosphorus, you can be talking of kilograms of the other kilograms of nitrogen. So these are the units. So if you don't include kilograms of nitrogen and you leave it at 200, will you score? You will not score. 200 what? What does it stand for? Units are very important. We have the graph questions. In agriculture, we have the graphs, whereby we have graphs on production functions. We have the demand and supply curves. You know the demand and supply curves, those are graphs. So as you prepare, you know the areas to focus when it comes to graphs. We have the production function, whereby you have the increasing returns production function, the decreasing, and the constant returns. Those are graphs, isn't it? Whereby we are comparing, we're having a graph of fertilizer, that is the input against the output, which can be the maize yield. Those are the graphs. Even the demand and supply, those are graphs. Now, a good graph should show a title. It's very important for you to show the title. Even if sometimes the title doesn't have a mark, because already, and where do you get the title? The title is found from the information that you have been given, from the question. Are we together? The title can easily be found from the question, isn't it? If it's input against output, you know where the input lies. In this case, if it's output against input, the output lies on the which axis? Output against input. The output lies on the y-axis, isn't it? The input lies on the x-axis. So in this case, labeling means you have the axis there, and you have written the y-axis, the x-axis. That is not enough. Under the input, include the input. If it's fertilizer, include fertilizer. Are we together? If it's the output, include the maize, for instance. Maize output in kg, in bags, and etc. So that is what you call as labeling. And if you do that, you score your 1 mark. Labeling has got marks. And this is what we say. Questions on graphs, you rarely miss marks there. Am I communicating? Yes, you must pocket those marks. We have the scale, and for the scale, there is no need to write the scale. No need. Because some students go ahead and write 1 centimeter represents, or 1 small box represents one big box. Those are units. No need for you to write that. The scale must be seen in your work, isn't it? Like if the examiner can see, we have the 0 as the beginning point. You have from 0, you go to 5, you go to 10, to 15, to 20. There's consistency there, isn't it? Whereby you are omitting about 5 units, isn't it? That is consistency. So even if you are not marking, you have not indicated the scale there, you will score your mark for scale, and that is 1 mark. So scale does not necessarily mean you write there 1 centimeter represents. No need, because you can write the scale, and when it comes to the graph, it's not tallying, isn't it? Something different, which is different from the scale that you have written. So scale is very important. It has got 1 mark, depending on the marks allocated to that scale. It can be 1 mark, it can be half a mark, depending on the marks allocated to the scales, to those details that you are given. Plotting is very important. You have to plot. Of course, you have been given maybe the columns there, the columns for input, the columns for output. As you match, as you go through those columns that you have given, plotting becomes very important. And the cross sign is preferred because you can use the cross sign. Which other sign can you use? Dot. You can use dots, isn't it? Dots, to some extent, I'm not encouraging. Use cross sign, because the cross sign makes the graph become attractive, isn't it? Than the point. Again, you might be asked if it's a demand and supply curve. You know the supply curve and the demand curve meets, isn't it? They join somewhere. And maybe you are asked of the equilibrium price, isn't it? The equilibrium price is where they meet. Is that the case? Yes. When you have used the cross, it becomes easier to see, isn't it? But when you have used the dot, others have got very big dots, very large, isn't it? And when you use a large dot, you might cover, you might not cover the specific point that you are expected to give the answer from. So we encourage the cross sign. Reasons, it's easier to take the readings when asked, and it can as well make the graph to be, whoever is marking will know that you know what you're talking about. Then we have the curve. After those points that you have plotted, the curve is very important. Join the points. As you join the points of a supply curve or a demand curve, don't use a ruler. Am I communicating? If it's demand and supply, use a free hand, isn't it? And as you use a free hand, you use smooth. It should be smooth. The curve should be smooth and using of some go ahead and use a, is it a compass or what do you call it? The one that you, in mathematics. Is it a protractor? Yes, you go ahead and use a, you not score. Freehand. Are we together? Freehand. What about if it's a graph on production function, whereby you have the increasing returns? For increasing, you use smooth. You use the freehand, isn't it? For decreasing, you use a smooth, isn't it? What about for constant? You know the constant is constant, isn't it? You can use a ruler there, isn't it? Because it's constant, isn't it? You don't have to bend up or down. Am I communicating? Yes, when you use the ruler, you can easily take the readings because it's very straight. Now, for you to get the marks on scale, again, your scale must cover 3/4 of the graph paper. Normally, you are given the graph paper. You don't carry graph papers to exams. The graph paper is drawn for you there. So it's up to you to check, to think about the correct scale that you can use in order to cover the 3/4 of your graph. So if your graph covers 3/4, you are on the right track. You will score the marks for scale. Why 3/4 of the paper, of the graph paper? It's easier to see. It's easier to do the plotting. It's easier to, you don't squeeze yourself. Some students go ahead and draw very small graphs that cannot be seen. The graph should be large. It should be big. It should be big. So big here means 3/4 of the graph paper. So this is how we award the graphs. We have the title, 1 mark. The label axis, you have another mark, 1. Scale, 1 mark, and the scale here can be seen without writing by covering the 3/4 of the graph. Then the plotted points, we mark them when you use a smooth continuous line. Now, the marks vary depending on the, here it can be, the title can be allocated a 1/2 mark, the axis a 1/2 mark, the scale a 1/2 mark, depending on the marks awarded to that specific question. We have the data questions, and in data questions, we have the farm accounts. We have the topics from agricultural economics. In most cases, they have the data questions, whereby we have the financial documents. We have the financial books, which is the same as the books of accounts. We have the financial statements. Now, as a good student, not only knowing these data questions, you have to read and understand the examples, the various examples allocated to, given to various documents and statements. For instance, you must know when we talk of the financial documents, which ones are we talking about? We have those ones that you are seeing there. The financial books or books of account, we have the cash book, we have the ledger, we have the journals, and we have the inventory. The most important thing here to know, in all these documents, even the balance sheet, the profit and loss account, and the cash analysis, the format. When you know the format, you are on the safe side. Understand the format and understand the details contained in the format of these specific documents and statements and accounts. Are we together? So 2 keywords, the format and the details. Because you might be asked, give the details contained in an invoice or in a journal or in a receipt. And the third one, the differences. Are we together? The differences between them And the last one, their uses. So we have the format, we have the details. Of course, when we talk of the format, we know the details, isn't it? We have their uses, because the use of a purchase order is different from a delivery note. Where do we get the uses? We get the uses from their definitions, isn't it? From their definitions. So the points to note in this, all these data questions, be aware of the specific, of the type specifics. Now, in the format, we have the title. The title of a balance sheet is not the same as the title of a cash book. It's not the same as that one of a profit and loss account. Label the sides. Why labeling the sides? Why correct entries on both sides, and why subtotals and totals? When you insert all this in your question paper, you are scoring marks. In fact, these are the easiest questions that you should attempt in an exam. Reason being, just knowing the format, you have marks. The format has got a half a mark or 1 mark, depending on the question asked, depending on the marks allocated. Am I clear? Yes. Now, the sides have got marks. The entries, when you have placed them in their correct sides, they have got marks. The totals and subtotals, don't ignore, they have got marks. And later on, we'll be able to see as we proceed. So the title is the name of the document or a statement and the date. So as you include the title, the title, include the date. As you include the title, don't forget about the date. Because we have instances whereby, as a student, you write the name, you forget the date. For instance, the title of a balance sheet. Which is the appropriate title of a balance sheet? And of course, in a title, we have the keywords to qualify a given document or a statement to be a title. Like in a balance sheet, which word there is key? As at. As at is a key word. So the title of a balance sheet should include the term as at, for it to qualify as a balance sheet. So that is it, and that is the format of a balance sheet. We have the liability, we have the title there. The keyword there is as at. So if you include the title and you forget as at as in your title, you'll not score. As at is very important, and also the date, isn't it? Now, how do we award? Are you seeing the liabilities? If you include the title, you have a half a mark or full mark, 1 mark, depending on the marks allocated to the question. Liabilities, the sides of liabilities, those columns, whereby we have liabilities on the left side and we have the assets on the right side. We have the shillings and the cents. If you include that, a half marks on the liability side and on the assets side. Let's go to current liabilities and long-term liabilities. Under current liabilities, depending on the question, some questions, depending on the marks allocated, some questions, current liabilities, when you write current liabilities, you get a half a mark. When you write long-term liabilities, you get another half. If the marks are more, like if the marks are, let's say 10, but if the marks are about 5, we don't award by just mentioning current liabilities and long-term liability. You have to mention the entries. If it's a current liability, which are some of the entries under current liabilities? We can talk about cash we can talk about debt payable, isn't it? Debt payable. That's the current liability. So when you write debt payable, in that case, by writing debt payable, you score a half a mark. Am I communicating? Yes. And when you include the subtotals there, another a half a mark. After you have given in the entries, now there is that subtotal, another half a mark. Long-term liabilities entries the same, half marks. The net worth there, another half a mark, and all that. So that is how you score when it comes to balance sheet. And the same case applies to cash book. The same case applies to profit and loss account. So the format is very important. And after this, go through the formats of all these books of account, the statements and all that, so that you can be able to answer the questions from those areas. So the profit and loss account also the same. So that is how we award. The profit and loss account also, we have the expenditure. If you write expenditure, there's a half a mark. Income, there's another half a mark. Opening valuation, a half a mark. The entries there, halves of marks. The profit there and everything. So the entries have got marks. The same case applies to, the title is very important. The key word for the title is for the year ending. Now we have section C, whereby the number of responses are limited. So in section C, you can get a question asking you on the roles of 5 roles of trees in soil and water conservation. We only mark 5. If you go beyond 5, you'll not score. So these are closed questions that give you specific number of responses. But now there's an exception. If you find a question which does not limit you the number of responses, like explain roles of trees, and the marks allocated there, 7. You go ahead and write 10. We are not tied on the number of responses, isn't it? If you write them, you can score. Because the question is open-ended. It's the role of an examiner to look for the answers that apply for that specific question. And in section C, we are allowed to use bullets. And in this case, bullets are what? You can use the small dashes, you can use the dots, isn't it? In section C, we can use, but in biology, we are not allowed. But for agriculture, you can use. In fact, we prefer bullets. Why? A lot of literature, when you use paragraphs, ends up confusing students. So when you use a bullet, when you use a dash, you become clear and precise and accurate to the answer. For example, you might ask yourself, some students end up, you might ask yourself, if I write an answer such as soil type as an answer, can it be marked? In fact, soil type is a statement. So when you write well drained, you have explained. For instance, if you're asked the factors to consider when citing an nursery bed, that question, you write the soil type, Roman A or dash, bullet 1, soil type. The soil should be well drained, isn't it? Have you explained? You have explained and you can score your 1 mark, your full mark. Am I communicating? Like the role of trees in soil and water conservation, you have written help to bind soil particles together, isn't it? They control soil erosion by helping to bind the soil particles together. Have you explained? So you have explained. You have shown how the trees control soil erosion by binding the soil particles together through their roots, isn't it? That is an explanation. You get 1 mark. So you don't need a forest of words in a paragraph for you to score the 1 mark. Otherwise, you confuse yourself. And in the process of the paragraph, if there are points in that paragraph which are not clear, you'll end up contradicting yourself. And if there is a contradicting information, you don't score. So that will be 0. So be precise and be short and be brief. Water source, as you can see the water source. If you write nearness to water source, that is full mark because you have written water is needed, isn't it? How? The site should be near a water source. That is full mark, and you have explained. So in section C, the number of marks allocated to each question guides you on the number of points that you're supposed to give. If it's 7 points, write 7 points. Don't write, if it's 12 marks that you have been given, you write 6 points, then you expect to get the 12 marks. Write as many points as possible. Quoting figures, we have ecological requirements. For instance, you can be asked the ecological requirements of cabbages or tomatoes. When we talk about ecological requirements, these 4 aspects should come into your mind. We have the rainfall, we have the temperature, and we have the soils. Rainfall, altitude, temperature, and soils. Are we together? Now, when you are talking about rainfall, it's not necessarily that it's not a must that you include the range, because in the books you have been given the range, isn't it? The temperature, we have been given the range. The altitude, we have been given the range. You can, for rainfall, you can use words such as adequate rainfall, well-distributed rainfall throughout the growing period, isn't it? Throughout the growing period, adequate rainfall, you are allowed. So don't think too much of the range. Now, if you must write the range, or if you know the range, don't give the range. If you know the range, don't write the range into your presentation of the answers. Just give one figure. Are we together? If the range is from 700 to 1500 millimeters per annum, choose a middle range like 1000. Am I communicating? So don't struggle to cram the range. You can use adequate, well-distributed rainfall, or as well you can use you can choose one figure that is in between the range. So this is what I'm encouraging you. After I'm done with this presentation, of course I'm almost, go through the book 2 KLB, list all the vegetables, isn't it? Check the ranges which are the range and the figures which are common. Like you'll be able to note that all the vegetables in Form 1, they have got one common figure when it comes to rainfall. That is 1000 millimeters. So if you are asked of tomato, carrots, onions, right, they require 1000 millimeters of rainfall per annum. Are we together? The same case applies to field crops. Go to the field crops, beans, maize, sorghum, millet, and so on. Soils, when you talk about soils, include the terms, they should be fertile, well drained. Are we together? Apart from which crop are you not supposed to include fertile? Which vegetable? Carrots, isn't it? Carrots do not need fertility, they do not need. Because when you apply fertilizers and organic manures, you can cause forking, and that can lower the quality and quantity. Now, in soils as well, you can mention the pH, the soil pH, as well as you mentioned the fertile, well drained. You can mention the pH, because in some questions you realize that they're asking you 5 points, isn't it? And what we have is rainfall, soils, temperature, and altitude. Where do you get the 50 points? From soil. In soil, when it comes to soil, address it in 2 ways. It should be fertile, well drained, and the second point should be having a suitable pH. And of course, you can go ahead and write the pH, because you know some crops do well in acidic, others do well in alkalinic conditions or soils. Temperature, if you don't remember the temperature, use optimum temperature. So questions on ecological requirements are very easy. You can use this for all the vegetables. But when it comes to fertile, should be fertile, omit when it comes to carrots, because carrots do not need fertilizers and organic manures. That is what I've addressed. Now let's go to land preparation. In section C, we have crops crops that need land preparation. And we have the field crops and we have the vegetables. Now, for the land preparation to qualify, for you to be able to score a question on land preparation, you have to mention the method of land preparation. You have to mention the time, the tool, and the stage where applicable. I have given here examples of answers that we tend to think they're answers, yet they are not answers. Clear the land is not an answer when addressing the issue of land preparation. How are we supposed to put the statement? In your statement, capture the method. In your mind, know that when it comes to land preparation, you have to capture the method, the time, the tool, and the stage. So if those four or three to some extent are not in the land preparation, you cannot score. Clear the land. Is there time there? There is no time, isn't it? Is there tool used? No tool used. Is there the stage of preparing the land? No stage. So what are you supposed to do? Clear the land by slashing, isn't it? By slashing during the dry spell using a panga. A panga there is a tool. Dry spell there is the time. And the method is by slashing, isn't it? That qualifies the point. Carry out primary cultivation is not a point. Plow using a fork jembe using the during the dry season is a point. The same case applies to carry out secondary cultivation is wrong, but secondary cultivation is done by use of a jembe during the dry season to fine till. Time has been addressed, tool, method, and the stage where applicable. Planting include the method of planting. If it's raw planting, if it can be broadcasting, it can be raw planting, it can be oversowing, it can be undersowing. So if it's raw spacing, talk about, if it's raw planting, talk about spacing. Time of planting, we do planting at the onset of the rains, isn't it? But when do we do land preparation? Before the onset, isn't it? Before the onset of the rains, but planting we do at the onset of the rains. So if it's fertilizer application, apply fertilizer. If you are applying fertilizer during planting, include the rate, 200 kg per hectares and all that. So time of fertilizer application is very important when it comes to planting. So field management practices. If you are talking about weeding, again, talk about the method, the time, the reason, and the tools. And this applies to all crops, all categories of crops, be it field crops, be it vegetables. Now, under weeding, weeding is done during the dry season. Dry season is time, isn't it? By slashing using a panga before flowering. Why is it that weeding is very important? To reduce competition for nutrients, space, light, and even moisture. That is why we do weeding. So when your answer is able to capture all these 4 points, you have addressed your answer in the right manner. Pest control, mention the pest, the damages they cause, and the control of the pest. So if it's cutworm, you have mentioned the pest. The pest is cutworm. What is the damage caused? Cuts the base of stems, isn't it? Of vegetables. Which is the appropriate method of controlling the pest? By application of, maybe you can practice crop rotation, isn't it? The method has been addressed, the pest has been named, and the damage has been mentioned. Then we have harvesting. You can mention the time and why, e.g. change of color, or when the compact is ahead, especially in cabbages. So most of the students focus on the major crops, cabbages and tomatoes, and forget minor crops, e.g. onions and carrots. So it's very important for us to know the field management practices. Field management practices are those which are done in the field, like fertilizer application, top dressing, pest control, disease control. Let's read more on those ones. And also, let's read more on preparation of planting materials. Because before we do the planting, you must prepare the planting materials. If they have got dormancy, you must break dormancy, isn't it? You must break dormancy. Now, harvesting of industrial crops. The industrial crops that we have, we find them actually in Form 3, isn't it? We have pyrethrum, we have tea, coffee, cotton, sugarcane. So these crops, what you expect to be tested in these crops. We have the procedure, very important for you to read and prepare yourself, and the precautions, procedure and those two areas. Now, this is a procedural question, and you have to address the time when you are harvesting. When the disc florets are horizontal, if it's the case of a pyrethrum, and how do you harvest? How? You get hold of the flower between the fingers and pluck by twisting, and you can add the other points. If it's tea, you can talk of harvesting 2 leaves and a bud, isn't it? That is the how. Precaution, put in open container to avoid heating up. So you have to capture the time, how, and precaution. You'll be on the safe side. So there's an example there. Procedure of harvesting pyrethrum under the we have the procedure, we have the precaution. If you have been asked to give the 5 points, write all the 5 points. And it's a procedural question. Pick flowers selectively. Don't go to picking stats. No, put the flowers in woven baskets without even mentioning how to pick the flowers selectively. Remember, it's a type of a procedural question, so we have to follow the procedure. That is cotton, and I think cotton is the same time, how, and the precautions. So we have got emerging issues such as the higher level of testing. It's important for you to know whereby sometimes you ask yourself, agriculture nowadays, you know, the performance, sometimes the testing changes. That is why we encourage you to prepare from all sides. We have the technical questions, read more of the same, the procedural questions, the fragmented questions, whereby in section C, you get a question on land preparation, you'll get another question from agroforestry, you get another question from forage crops and the weeds and all that. So that marks into the end of the presentation. And I think that I can open up the session for asking questions so that you can ask questions, you can clarify, you can comment something, at least all, I invite all of such responses.
Okay, we are going to have some 3 questions from the host school. Then we have some 2 questions from the other schools, okay?
Yes.
Okay, for the time being, we can start with host school. If you have any question, you can ask.
The floor is open for you.
Okay, as you prepare yourself, let us have a question from Katoloni Secondary School. Katoloni Secondary School, kindly unmute your microphone and ask your question. Yes, Katoloni. Yes, Katoloni. Katoloni, I think you have some problems with your machines. Katoloni. Katoloni Secondary School.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go on.
Yes, I had some question on the balance sheet side.
Yes.
I was asking if this part of fixed asset is cattle and dairy cattle, are they fixed or they are not fixed. And the other question is, and in the other question is, and the other question is, what are the factors that cause low libido in poultry? And another one is method of collecting semen. I don't think I hope you are noting somewhere. And when identifying method of land clearing, can you include stamping and chaining? Yeah, those ones.
Okay, thank you for the question. You have asked the 3 questions, whereby one is you are talking about collection of semen, and the other one. First of all, it's like you are not aware of the topics which are being set in paper 1, because collection of semen is paper 2. And there will be a presentation of paper 2 tomorrow. So I'll not be able to address that, because that one is a topic on paper 2, and today we're addressing paper 1 topics. So kindly, as a student, I'm advising you this, to go through again on the topics of paper 1, so that you equip yourself with the right questions. So questions on collection of semen that you have asked from Catoloni Secondary, they fall under paper 2. Another question that you asked is, which one? Poultry. Balance sheet. I can answer your question on balance sheet, and you have asked the side, the livestock. The livestock, and in this case, we are talking of the dairy cattle. Dairy cattle is an asset, and under assets we have got fixed and current assets. Now, fixed assets are those which they depreciate. Fixed assets are those which do what? They can stay for a longer time without appreciating or without depreciating, isn't it? We can talk of the farm power and machine, the farm power, can talk of the farm tools and equipment, name them. Now, we have those which are current, and there are those which are durable. They can be exposed, they can be disposed anytime. And in this case, we have the annual crops as an example. Now, back to your question on the side, do we classify them as current? Do we classify dairy cattle as current or fixed? You can classify it anywhere on the balance sheet, unless, I mean, so long as it's on the assets side. Am I clear? You can classify it, be it current, be it fixed, so long as you are addressing it as an asset. You will be penalized if only you don't address it as an asset and you put it on the side of liabilities. Are we together? So any side is okay, be it a fixed asset, be it a current asset. And in fact, there's a contradicting and conflicting information even from our books, because you get KLB telling us to put the information, the dairy cattle on the fixed asset. Longhorn is advising us differently. So there's that conflicting information. And as a good student, where you put it doesn't, you cannot be penalized. But I'm encouraging you to check on your KLB where the location of the livestock is. And in this case, it's under fixed asset. Yes, you locate it in that particular area. However, the place you locate it, the site you locate it, you'll not be penalized. Thank you.
Okay, let us have another question from Kitulu State. Kindly, Kitulu, unmute your microphone and ask your question. Kitulu. Kitulu Secondary School, kindly unmute your microphone and ask your question. Katoloni, kindly unmute your microphone and ask your question.
Okay. If what are the environmental factors that influence agriculture? Do they lie on biotic or edaphic factors?
Now, the student is asking about, he has asked, what are the environmental factors of influencing agriculture? And he has gone ahead to talk about biotic and edaphic factors. That is a very good question. Now, when I was addressing the specific and the general questions, and also you are able to see those questions like which have been splitted, which mean the same thing, and they have been splitted. Now, when we talk of climate, which are the aspects of climate? We have rainfall, we have temperature, we have relative humidity, and we have wind. That is climate. Now, when we talk of the environmental factors, environment, we are talking about more than or outside climate. So you can talk about biotic factors. Biotic factors are part of environmental factors. Are we together? Yes, because if it's climatic, we are talking about the climate, and we have the aspects of rainfall, temperature, and all that. If it's environmental, we can include biotic factors. Unless I have not maybe answered the way you expected, but environmental, we have biotic factors, but climatic factors, we don't have biotic factors. For climatic factors and you include biotic factors, 0. But for environmental factors and you include biotic factors, correct. Thank you.
Okay, let us have a question from Windimbingu Secondary School. Kindly unmute your microphone. Windimbingu? Okay, okay, Windimbingu.
Excuse me. Thank you for the opportunity of gathering to us. So
Yes,
I was asking the
Windimbingu.
So excuse me. I was asking for between aware and down.
Kindly, Windimbingu, repeat your question.
Wow. Thank you for the opportunity. I was asking for the clarification between aware and down.
Thank you. The student needs to know the difference between aware and dam. That is a question from irrigation, water supply, and drainage, isn't it? Now, aware and a dam. What can we talk about? The differences, isn't it? Do they mean the same thing? So I think the student should have asked this way, because the differences are there in the book. Are we together? You can search them from there in the book. You should have asked this way. When you are giving out the differences between aware and a dam, how is it marked? It's marked as a whole, whereby if you give the correct answer of aware and you give the wrong answer of a dam, and the marks given there were 1 or 2, you miss everything.
because we mark as a whole. That is why I say it's all or nothing, isn't it? It's either you give the differences, you bring out the two differences clearly, or you miss everything. Am I communicating? So that is how you mark it. Where and damn. You can tabulate for easy responses so that you don't miss the literature that you use. So I think for the differences, I cannot give the specific words, but the way that the question should be answered, you can tabulate, you can use statements such as while, whereas, for you to be able to get your marks, and it's marked as a whole. If you give 1 point and you score you miss the other point, you'll not be able to score. Thank you.
Okay, let us have a question from Katolembu, State of Excellence. Katolembu, State of Excellence, kindly unmute your microphone and ask your question.
Abubakar from Katelembo. My question
Yes,
is,
Katolembu.
my question is, are total marks awarded in calculating partial budget table the same as profit and loss account?
That is a very good question. He's asking about how the marks are awarded in a partial budget. It's very important. The way we talked about the balance sheet, the way you award the balance sheet is the way we award the partial budget. But in this case, remember you have to start with the title. The title has got the marks. You have to go to the debit side, the credit side. So if you include the debit, there's a half a mark there. If you include the credit side, there's another half mark there, because now you want to show the columns. Now, when you go to the specifics, you have to include the extra costs in the left side. You have to include the revenue forgone, isn't it, in that side. So when you include the extra cost and the revenue forgone, a half marks each, depending again on the marks allocated to that question. If more marks have been given of that partial budget, say 10 marks, those headlines, those headings, very important. So the moment you mention the heading where it's supposed to be, you get your half a mark. Am I communicating? Now, when you insert the entries, under the cost saved, if there are 4 of them, each point, a half, a half, a half, a half. Are we together? Yes, the other side, the right-hand side, you have the revenue forgone, isn't it? This can be in terms of the maize yield, isn't it? So if one of the entries, the maize yield, there's a half a mark awarded there. So the number of entries give you the more, the half marks. Now you go to cost saved, isn't it? The cost saved. If you write cost saved, that is a heading, marks. The entries there are marks. Don't forget the area of totals and subtotals. Are we together? We have the totals and subtotals. So when you have the subtotals, that is after the cost, the extra cost and the revenue forgone. Those subtotals have got marks. So title is very important. The format is very important. Another question maybe which he could have asked: what if you don't know the format at all, and you just have to know the code? These are the cost saved. These are the revenue, the revenues that we are talking about. If you don't know the format, you might not score, again, depending on the performance of the subject that year, because you might be having the points. Cost saved, you have the entries, revenue forgone, the entries. Even when it comes to the balance sheet, you have the liabilities, entries, and all that, but you don't know the format. If the paper is poorly performed, you can score. But we encourage you to master the format. You must. Another question you might ask on the balance sheet and the partial budget: what if you interchange the sides, isn't it? Maybe you start with the assets instead of the liabilities. Instead of the partial budget, instead of the extra cost, you start with the cost saved, isn't it? Will you score? Again, first of all, stick to the format as a good student. Scoring it or not scoring it depends on the performance. So we have to wait for the guidelines. Are we together? So I'm encouraging you to go through the format. And this is what I say. There are so many things that you can go through in agriculture. You can go through diagrams, all the diagrams, and you can go through all the farm accounts, the formats. Are we together? All formats, all diagrams. That is it. That is my response.
Okay, let us have another question from Chani Secondary School. Kindly, Chani, unmute your microphone and ask your question. Chani Secondary. Yes, Chani. Yes, Chani Secondary School. Kindly ask your question. Chani Secondary School. Okay. We are going to have some few typed questions, and the first one will be from Chanda Secondary School, where they are asking, other than biotic factors, name 4 factors that affect agriculture.
That is a very good question. He's asking from Chanda Secondary. Other than biotic factors, name 4 factors that affect agriculture. Other than biotic factors, the question is guiding us. Other than, so how many factors are we having that influence agriculture? We have biotic factors, we have edaphic factors, we have climatic factors, and we have which one? Human factors, isn't it? So other than broadly, so this is broad class categorization. Other than the biotic factors, which ones are we remained with? We have human, we have biotic, and we have, we have human, we have climatic and soil or edaphic factors. Because the question is guiding us, other than which one? It's like other than rainfall, name other climatic factors that influence agriculture, isn't it? We have wind, we have temperature, we have relative humidity, and so on.
Okay, there is another question from Changuli Secondary School. Can one be asked to give the procedure of preparing a land for cultivation?
That is a very good question. You cannot be asked to give the procedure of a land preparation. You cannot be asked. But what will be asked is, okay, this is how the question can be framed. Discuss the production of a given crop, say millet, beans, carrots, onions, under various subheadings. Those subheadings will be there. They will be indicated there in the script. So it will be up to you to give the right information. Now, you'll get a question on land preparation, isn't it? When it comes to discussing the production of various crops. That is where you are supposed to give the procedure in section C. But in section A, rarely can you find a question asking you to give ways of clearing preparing the land. You have to show it in section C when you are addressing the production of various crops. So in section A, section B, you cannot get such a question.
Okay, there is another question from Wuti Girls Secondary School. They're asking, in section C, if you give your points without explaining, will you be penalized?
That is a very good question. Again, this applies to section C. In section C, you have been asked the given question, and you have gone. The question is explained, isn't it? And you have not explained. Now, what should guide you? The marks are located. Explain. There's an example that I gave. Explain factors that explain the factors to consider. Which example can I give? Explain factors factors to consider in citing a nursery, for instance. Explain. The word is explain. The question is explain. No, this is the point. Explain 5 roles of trees in soil and water conservation. Explain 5 roles. Which are the key words there? 5. Explain 5 roles. How many marks are allocated or awarded? 7, isn't it? 5, isn't it? 5 roles, marks are allocated, 5. Now, if the question is explain and you state, will you score? That is what the question the student is asking. Follow the instructions very clear. The question is explaining the same as stating. So you have to explain. And in that case, you're supposed to write, you can write, they help, they do what? They help. Okay, a student can go ahead and write binding soil particles together. Is that an explanation? That is a statement, isn't it? You have not explained. But what if a student writes, trees help to control soil erosion by binding the soil particles together? That is our point. It's well explained. So you get 1 mark. And I give an example of topography. Topography is a point on its own. So if you write topography, you have stated, are we together? How will you explain topography? You don't need a forest of words, I say that. Topography, then you put a bullet somewhere there, you write gentle sloping, a gentle slope. Have you explained? You have explained. Another answer that you can give to show an explanation. Effects of maybe pests in crop production. They lower the quality of production, isn't it? Is that explaining? They lower the quality of production. That is stating. Why? You have not shown how the pest lowers the crop production. So when you show how the crop production becomes low, that is when you have explained. Now, I expect you to explain it this way. Pests lower crop production by maybe reducing the photosynthetic area of the leaves, isn't it? Because we know the leaves feed on, the pests feed on the leaves. Have you explained? You have explained. Another response that can show an explanation, you can say trees help in controlling erosion by acting as windbreakers, isn't it? They act as windbreakers to prevent soil from being carried by wind. You have explained. But when you write, they control soil erosion, you have not explained. You have to show why. Why are you doing this act? So if you explain, if the question is explaining and you state, or if the question is describing and you state, you will not score. You have to follow the rules given. However, rules do what? Rules, they change depending on the performance. But for you on the right, to be on the right side, know what explaining means, know what describing means, know what stating means. Rules do change depending on the performance of the subject, but as a candidate to be on the right side, know what, if it's describing, describe. If it's explaining, explain. Thank you.
Okay, now since time is not on our side, I'm going to get the last 3 questions from the last school. The last 3 questions.
State 4 strategies of change planting and state 4 reasons for early planting. Schools are the state to change planting or artificialization of plant. I think the same different responses. The second question is relationship between soil depth and soil profile. I think the same
Soil depth and soil profile. Okay, thank you. The student is asking about differentiating between a soil depth and a soil profile. Are they the same? Soil profile, first of all, is the vertical arrangement of different soil layers, isn't it? Soil layers. What about soil depth? I've never seen the depth being categorized in the same category as the soil profile. But to be on the same side, on the safe side, just use the term soil profile. Soil profile. So soil profile, to some extent, there's a very thin line between depth and profile, because when we talk of the soil profile, we start with the superficial layer, isn't it? The topsoil, the subsoil, the substratum or the weathered rock, and the parent rock or the bedrock. We are moving downwards, isn't it? What about the depth, soil depth? You are moving again from the top to the bottom, isn't it? So that is the depth again. So you are moving from the shallow to the deep, isn't it? That is the depth. But address it as soil profile. And there's, of course, a transitional layer or zone between the profiles, isn't it? Yes. Yes. The second question that you have asked is early planting and timely planting and early preparation of land. So here we have land preparation. Is that the student is asking about early preparation of land, if it's the same as early planting. Now here we have got two practices. You have brought in two practices whereby we have one, land preparation. Am I communicating? And we have another practice known as planting, isn't it? Early planting is the same as timely planting, but it cannot be the same as early preparation. Because when you speak of land preparation, we include all the activities which are carried out when preparing the land, whereby we can speak of primary cultivation, we can speak of bush clearing, we can talk of secondary cultivation, we can talk of minimum tillage. Are we together? So that is preparing the land. But planting specifically, you have to talk about the planting materials, isn't it? I don't know if I've answered your question. I don't know if I've answered your question. So planting, early planting and early land preparation, they mean two different practices. This is planting, and when you speak of planting, you have to include the number of maybe seeds, isn't it? 2 to 3 seeds planted, and then soil is covered lightly. That is planting. And there are reasons for early planting, so that the plant maximizes the use of nitrogen flush in the soil, isn't it? So that the plant escapes serious attack by weeds, so that the plant escapes attack by diseases. Name them, because even the market demand, when you harvest early, there is a higher market demand, because you'll be the only person or among the few people having the same product in the market. That is planting. Land preparation includes, as I said, all those minimum tillage, bush clearing, primary cultivation, secondary cultivation. Thank you.
Okay, let's have the last question.
The last question.
So when you check maybe the practices of nursery establishment, and you told also the outline, and you told the stage of the outline, does it mean the same thing or they are different terms? And the second question, in the balance sheet, as you're going to write, you are told that you can write the liabilities and the assets, and you fail to write about the fixed assets, the long-term liabilities. Will there be a penalty in the book?
Thank you. That is a very good question. When it comes to, let me first address the one for the balance sheet. In fact, depending on the level of difficulty of the exam, so long as you have, even if you don't be specific, this is the fixed asset, this is the current asset, you just write assets and pour everything inside there, you'll get a mark. Am I communicating? The same case to liabilities. you'll get all your marks, depending on the level of the performance, the level of the difficulty of the exam. So there's nothing bad there, you can score. Secondly, you asked about state and outlining. Very good. The student is asking about nursery management practices. And here, two terms have been used, outline and state. To outline to some extent and stating, they mean the same thing. Because there's no any other way that you can present pest control, isn't it? There's no any other way you can present pest control. So there, you are stating, isn't it? Pest control, weed control, disease control, pricking out, hardening off, watering, and so on. You are stating, isn't it? The same case, you are, at the same time, you are outlining them. You have not explained anything. You have just listed them, isn't it? You have listed them. You have not explained anything. So outline, state, they take the same shape when it comes to answering questions.
Okay, now I would